I'm gonna mute myself because my sister's in, and we're gonna talk for a bit.
Okay. Hi, Nick's sister.
I'm gonna mute now.
Hold up. What's that? Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up.
Hold. Wait a minute.
Shit, was that an earthquake? Hold on.
What?
Are you getting an earthquake?
Wait a minute.
I felt my chair and table shaking. Hold on. I'm looking at it right now. Oh shit! 5.6 earthquake. Bakersfield. 21 miles from Bakersfield. Just now. What the hell? What the?
I hope you're not doing your makeup on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very few people like 3.
Holy shit, what is it with these fucking popcorn boxes?
What?
Look what Chels posted.
Well, it's just an alien. That's just a xenomorph head.
I'm honestly not surprised, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Have you seen what a xenomorph looks like? Like, yeah. It makes sense. Alright, then. The Punisher isn't a dummy mommy, Chelsea? No, Chelsea! No, the Punisher is not a dummy mommy, okay? Now, I don't know, maybe some, you know, fanfic
If Frank
rule
Castle is a dummy mommy, things are gonna get kind of shocking.
Heart Strike! Take this! Hiya! Fuck your health! Huh, 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 hey! Yeah! Ah! Ha ha! Let's go! Easy dance battle! I beat your ass, woman! Yeah! Let's go, I'm telling you, I'm a perfect idol right here. Look at that! I sweep the floor with her. I can see why. I sort of go ape over her myself. Oh my gosh, Sally's got the exactly, Chelsea. Sally's got the bedroom eyes. She's got the fuck me eyes. She's like, oh, wow, I'm so full of adrenaline. I'm pumped up, Sonic. Now take me, ravage me. Whoa, geez, Sally, calm down. No, Sonic, it's a river. It's a waterfall down there. Jeez, Sally, calm down. Pretty, I don't know, it's just how the karaoke minigame is like in all the Yakuza games.
I got a party pooper.
How'd you get a party pooper? Whoa! I
don't know, like, I get into the rhythm, right?
Okay.
I get into the rhythm and doing, like, okay.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, they put them, like, button sequences very close together.
Okay, to be fair,
and then
that
I
is,
missed one button, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, my brain and thumb.
Okay, to be fair, that
keeps
is actually something I can criticize about, specifically Ishin's karaoke minigame. Yeah, I don't like the fact that when like the buttons get like so bunched up together, they're like, oh.
The guy that he's singing about is the street.
Okay. Oh, what is? Oh, look at that foot solo! Yeah, you go, Ryoma. Play that solo. That guy in front is crying. I was like, oh, you're so good. Oh. That was beautiful. I'm a sufficient singer. You know what? Good enough. Okay.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong about fall?
Yeah, spring is best.
No.
No.
Fall. Spring has allergies. Fall doesn't have
Boo-hoo.
allergies. What do you? Oh.
It's
Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Okay, I'm getting really worked up.
You have a skill issue.
I'm actually legit getting worked up now. Holy shit.
They claim this route ran along the border of the neutral zone
Yeah, so sometimes you just gotta take a leap of faith. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Wow. Just sucked all the color out of everyone. Well, that'll make life easier for the artists. They don't have to worry about colors.
Now that they're telling the reader to color it for them.
I know. they're just saying, hey, kids, you're reading it. Do the work for us.
Follow the light. Our destiny lies in the light beyond.
No, I'm just thinking, use a little. I just thought of just a little fun headcanon. What if like mask making is like Vakama's like comforting, like when he's stressed, you know, to take his mind off of shit, he just makes a mask.
Yeah.
Wait, now now I just have the thought of just Taraka Vakama when the Toamata arrive. There's just a stockpile of masks growing. It's like,
Finally.
Taraka, what you doing? I'm making a mask. Why? 'Cause you stressed me out, ho! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Oh, let's go! Oh, holy shit, my pupils are missing entirely. I got so excited. Oh, no. Okay. This is so weird. My eyes have literally just disappeared. Whoa.
Off to a great start already. He notices. Tells me to quit that shit. It's a bad rep for the family. Feel guilt. Spaghetti ravioli pouring out my pockets. I always was the weakest link in my family. Tell him the reason I fuck horses is because I can never fuck ponies from MLP. Tell me to get the fuck out of his office. Depressed.
What?
Hopeless.
Huh. Nice, okay. Oh gosh, the steam. The steam is, Alright, body clash! Oh, okay. I see what's going on. A little homo, are we? Alright, come on.
Tonight is almost yesterday, Sal. And there are many more tomorrows ahead.
What is this tonal shift? What is, like, it got all serious, and you got, like, a very, like, kind of heartfelt ending right there? And then, like, just a couple issues ago, Sonic's making all these puns and stuff. We had a King Kong What is going on? Oh my gosh, what is this tonal shift? The old lady just fucking died. What the hell? Okay. Reese seems to be deep in thought of reading the fan letter. She's worried about me. Officially, I'm taking a break due to illness, so... Wow, what a weird total whiplash. Rise's pouring her heart out and you're laughing at her, Nijato. Wow, how mean can you be?
You know, I'm trying to help you save your daughter, man.
Look, this poor guy! It's
It was all that guy. It was all that guy.
Yeah, it was all that guy. You know, maybe...
I'm pointing to you, jackass. Pointing to you, dumbass.
No, clearly I'm the one in... Oh my gosh.
Dang, you clearly won that.
Oh,
Look,
true.
Man, is this...
Monster stuff. Oh! We lost our co-host! Oh. You good, Nick? I'm a Nick? Oh my gosh, I called you Nick. Oh.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. So, where was I? Oh yeah. World Military Force, having to deal with... No, Chelsea, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't call him new Nick. Oh my... Alright, Nick, I'm gonna leave beating up the woman to you, so you could be the one called sexist, while I'll beat up the other minorities, and I'll be called racist. That seems like that seems a fair trade.
On it.
Hiya! I don't know, unless you can't. But Nick, come on! Come on, man!
No, I can't.
Oh! Okay. Wait.
Did you just like Nick? Nick just talked it!
Oh my gosh! Get your ass back in here, Nick! Come on! Come on! Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, hi.
Oh.
Oh! Instead of whatever films he wants to make.
You made Ridley Scott made the first Gladiator, so that was good.
Yeah. Yeah, but so like the first Gladiator actually had an advantage of one key advantage.
Okay.
No one cared about the time period of history and the people there at the time.
Okay.
Like nowadays, people know who Marcus Aurelius is and his philosophy, like, and really care about it. He's kind of the hip thing for the kids.
Yeah, but like it was still
at the time,
it was
no
still
one
a really
know.
entertaining movie.
Right. I don't.
You hear Ninjago?
Most of the
Audio's
time
good,
when
Chelsea? Okay. That's good to know.
Yay! Like most of the time,
Mm-hmm.
you have to have like a really good writing team to deviate from. It's just better to just stick with the history because the drama and the history does suit the themes. Most of the time, the themes you want to explore.
Oh. Well, I mean,
when you pick that specific time period, it's...
I think it all just depends on like how you're doing it. Cause I think like any kind of adaptation, obviously you can't just 100% go 1-to-1 with history. I don't know. Otherwise, like if you're gonna go 1-to-1 with history, like you might as well make like a documentary. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing like a adaptation of like a famous story, there's gonna be some changes just to make it a more of a...
the question is like, but here's the problem: like documentaries also follow the same formula as a film.
Right, but you know what I mean?
What I
like
mean,
they're like,
and it's
they're kind of they're similar, but they're different at the same time.
No, the difference is the vehicle.
Alright.
It's like how they like both like if you watch like a documentary about Oppenheimer, for example, and you watch Oppenheimer the film, you will most likely get similar themes and similar ideas being pushed about Oppenheimer. The difference is well, also just how you're viewing it. A documentary has a much more objective lens when viewing the history of Oppenheimer, while the movie is clearly, you know, trying to be this like a more subjective take. No, documentaries also fall onto unfortunately has a problem being subjective as well. Well, just by how they present information.
Well, that's just a problem with what documentaries you're watching, with just the documentary you're watching. Like if the documentary you're watching is like has such a skewed lens like that, and it's not trying to be more objective, then that's more of a problem with the actual documentary itself. Like,
but that's the same as a film about any form of adaptation, whether from history or from book.
Well, it just depends what you're trying to do. Some adaptations you can't always just go 1-to-1. Like for example, like well, actually I don't know any example. I'm trying to think. Like hey DJ, hold on, I got a burp.
And hey SGD.
Oh SGD.
Hello.
Like some stuff is just gonna be Like, it depends. Like, what's oh, what was that movie?
How to Train Your Dragon. How to Train Your Dragon is the most obvious deviation from the source material that people know about.
Oh yeah, but that movie's also really good with an absolutely needless live-action remake coming out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're gonna deviate from the source material, it better be a masterpiece.
Oh, okay. Here's something I want to ask. What a movie that came out recently this year, Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. How accurate was that?
I did not delve into the actual history aspect. I am gonna err saying that the more actiony bits, it may be a bit more actiony than the
I'm fine. I just want to say I'm fine with here. It doesn't for obviously fictional stories or fantasized stories like 300. Go balls to the wall. Like as long as it's clear, it's not real history. Then you can have the Spartans fighting the Persians on the moon for all I care.
But also with Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, it's also made to be plausible. And it still kept the general tone of what was going on at the time that they set the film in.
Okay.
Like, which is a lot better than other films that would conveniently change major facts of history. Like facts that would make the story that they are trying to make impossible. Like in Kingdom of Heaven, Ridley Scott's Kingdom of Heaven, the main character Balaam, in the film was written as a blacksmith from France, when he was actually in fact raised as a noble in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. But they changed that because they wanted to do a hero's journey.
Okay.
Which you can have a hero's journey with them being a nobleman.
Yeah, or you just simply have them do what Ridley Scott did with Gladiator. Don't make your main character named after a historical figure. Don't make him the historical figure. Do what people have done with historical fictions for decades and even centuries. Make up a character, and whose main goal is like he's not the main he's gonna be a main player, but he's not. He's the character. He's not major enough to be recorded. Like there was this author of historical figure named a guy named J. Henty. His historical stuff he was writing late Victorian area, early 1900s. So his history stuff most likely out of date, but he wrote tons of books on various types of periods of history for young boys, and it's basically the hero's journey. And one of them is actually called Winning His Spurs. That is literally young peasant boy in England gets called into joining the Third Crusade. He goes on the Third Crusade, goes on adventures, ends up getting captured at one point by the Muslims, so he hung out with Saladin for a while. He escapes and then ends up coming back home to take over a castle and become a lord. Like, that's the overall plot of Winning His Spurs. That's basically, you could have made that, like, Kingdom of Heaven like that.
Okay.
Like, it is when they also when they drastically change characters and history to suit what they deem to be a better story, quote unquote, even though the more simpler solution was to make up a character that didn't need to wreck the history to tell your story.
Like for example, if you want to do like some like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone 80s action movie in the medieval era, you just cast Richard Lionheart. Like the man was literally like taking down rooms full of Saracens and shit like that by himself.
Okay.
Yeah, or you'd have 2 Crusaders with Richard the Lionheart. So you could get your moment where you can show Richard Lionheart being a cool guy, but you can still have moments where he's Richard the Lionheart. But if you want to have keep your main characters pure and goody two shoes for your main audience, you can have these made up characters be that.
It's kind of funny how good at war Richard Lionheart is. Eventually he gets imprisoned in Germany, and then Philip Augustus Philip Augustus and John have teamed up to take over his lands in France. And then once he gets back, he's like, Philip's like, fuck, what do we do now? We're losing everywhere now. We went from winning to losing everywhere.
Yeah, by the way, King John was also purposely trying to make it hard for Richard the Lionheart to get released.
Okay. Philip tried to start a bid with the English loyalists. He wanted to buy Richard. He wanted to pay Henry the Lion, who was the German emperor at the time, to either keep Richard there or to give Richard into his own pocket. And Henry the Lion's like, I'm negotiating with the English. Fuck off.
Oh, okay. Okay. But I don't know. The point I was trying to make was I'm fine. The point I was trying to make was I'm fine with deviations when it comes to adaptations of real events, as long as it doesn't, because for me, because you guys are the history buffs, I'm not the history buff here. So when I go into an adaptation, the thing I'm really looking towards is is this even just an entertaining movie in general? Because if something like Ridley Scott's Napoleon, where there's a lot of deviations, but even then, it's just not really a good movie in general in the first place. So
I've seen Waterloo.
I have seen Waterloo.
I was gonna use it as an excuse to, if you haven't seen it, to watch it again.
Yeah,
show it.
I've seen Waterloo. I know you guys were gushing how accurate it was. For me, when I watched Waterloo, the one thing that sold me was just the spectacle of the actual sheer scale they used in the movie, where they just you see just thousands of people just lined up on the hills, and they're all real. It's that's some good shit. That's so cool. That's some good spectacle. So,
are you what spectacle? I was away for a second.
We're talking about Waterloo.
Waterloo. You know, the shots.
Oh, yeah.
The shots of all the soldiers on the hills and how they're all real people. And so, I was saying how you guys were you gush about the accuracy, but for me, because I'm not too big of a history buff. Accuracy is kind of a secondary thing for me. So when I see I see the spectacle, it's whoa, that's some good shit. That's a
lot of fucking dudes.
That's a lot of dudes. And
You know what that also annoys me about
what a
Napoleon?
nightmare that's gotta be to coordinate all those people.
This is an actual literal army we are seeing walking around.
But
but
still,
you know what else annoys me about Ridley Scott's Napoleon film? Another thing that annoys me, amongst all others.
What's that?
So, he likes his visuals, right? I will not criticize his films were not looking pretty and like cinematic. They look the part for the most part. When he doesn't put scopes on rifles in Waterloo, but he had the perfect opportunity to represent the scale of Napoleonic combat with CGI.
He did. Like, you could easily just use CGI nowadays.
Yeah, but you know what he said? He purposely did. He said he didn't use CGI for those battle scenes.
Okay. Wow.
Which is like, wow.
Really, Scott's just a fascinating man.
Like, I'm like, and here's the thing. This isn't a common. This is like more common than you think. That directors, a lot of times is like when they can do something that is like Christopher Nolan in Dunkirk. The scale of Dunkirk is a bit off because he didn't use CGI to represent the amount of people that was in Dunkirk. Dunkirk was way crowded.
Yeah.
But in that film, it was all perfectly spaced, and it's like using practical effects is awesome.
I think also like it's just easier to like coordinate and film with less people. So.
Well, yeah, of course. But then you could do that with film. But then that's when you bring in the CGI artists. Like we have 20-year-old technology at this point that makes good enough of mass crowds that people would say that looks like a massive amount of people. And it only. Oh yeah, I do too. I actually do. When I watched it, but that's like one of the criticisms I have about that.
I think for Christopher Nolan with like his filmmaking style, I think like the accuracy to scale and stuff wasn't really a priority. I think he was more prioritizing like the main feeling of the event of Dunkirk. That's what he was trying to capture, and I think he did. Well,
here's the thing: you could still do that, but use CGI to even heighten it.
I get it.
And also the buildings in Dunkirk itself, because they were actually filming on the actual city of Dunkirk after it got rebuilt, it looked way too clean. Like that city got wrecked hard. But they didn't do it for obvious reasons.
I think what you're getting here.
We're gonna blow up Dunkirk to recreate.
We're gonna destroy Dunkirk again for the accuracy.
But that's the thing. Like that's the thing is like there's a reason why you have like sets on different parts of the different countries. Even though Kingdom of Heaven is.
I think at this point though, like for accuracy stuff like that, that's more of like a. That's kind of falling a little bit more into like maybe not. I wouldn't say. I guess I hesitate to say nitpick, but like I think like something like the scale of that event, like I think for what the movie was going for. The scale and all that is fine for what it was doing. I think like at that point, like it's a little bit of a nitpick. Like as long as like the main like the major hits get done, and also like and it's done well, and the movie is done well, then I think stuff like that is a bit more of a criticism versus something like Napoleon, where like just a lot of stuff is just like unnecessary changes, was like doesn't even enhance or add to the movie you're making.
I would disagree with that because
I think when it comes to adaptations, any changes you make should like be in service of like what you're trying to do, like the story you're trying to tell. Like okay, you're gonna make like a change to like a historical figure for like the story you're trying to tell. Like it was like was it I watched I remember earlier this year I finally sat down and watched the Chernobyl miniseries, and for the story for their version of the story they were trying to tell, they made a fictional character who was like an amalgamation of all these different like Soviet scientists.
Oh yeah, right, yeah, like that, like combining like time scales and combining people, amalgamating people, that's fine on that.
Okay.
When like people don't have much of a problem with that, but I still think it's like the scale of Dunkirk, for example, and like the destruction level of Dunkirk would actually contribute to the film and make the point better. Like it's like one of those cases where the director just was good enough, even though it could have been better. It could have been like there's a difference between doing good historical films and making great historical films. And the great films are like the ones that people are like the touchstones that people will always remember, like Gettysburg or the Waterloo film. Like every time people's like, hey, I want to watch a film on like Civil War, Gettysburg, watch that. Like, or
check out Megatron shelf. Well, Striker shelf.
Ooh, nice. And yeah, nice and painted Julius Caesar.
Oh, okay.
It's a pen holder.
It's a pen holder? Oh.
You can stab his back.
Nice. The only thing I would say the colors are a bit too modern. The skin needs to be brighter.
Okay.
Because by the way, did you know that in classical statues they're all painted?
Huh.
Yeah, that's
like,
a minor detail that in historical films that gets wrong all the time. That that's like in the minor category.
Because we're just so used to seeing them without the paint.
Exactly. Yeah.
Here's something also really interesting. Greeks didn't use marble statues. All the marble statues are Roman copies.
Ah.
They use bronze.
I think a lot of the historical films probably have the statues unpainted because they use the real life locations.
Oh, fair enough.
True. But they also use sets. Like, it's very common to have like some historical films build full on sets and for their stuff.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. I think we got really off track because like we're like 30 minutes into the podcast.
This is our 30 minutes introduction where we talk about
like
I
guess like the more we talk, the more it's like it's kind of become more of a subjective thing. I personally don't mind, deviations that much, because as long as it doesn't negatively affect the film, because you can have like a historically inaccurate movie, but it can still be like a really entertaining good movie. I'm pretty sure there's huge inaccuracies with Gladiator, the Ridley Scott's Gladiator. But I really enjoyed Gladiator. So like it didn't bother me that much.
One of the biggest one is that Commodus died in the tub.
He was strangled, but he would Thomas was way more messed up in real life. He would LARP as a gladiator in the Colosseum and kill dwarves and stuff like that.
Roman emperors, Genghis. Roman emperors.
He was like he just wanted to be a gladiator. And he was like a rich kid who was like he's gonna use all his money to pretend to be what he wanted to be. And then they paid his gym coach to strangle him in his bath.
Wow. That's sad.
But like for the story that the movie
he's a loser.
But for the movie the story was trying to tell, like it ends up being a much more memorable ending to the movie if Maximus kills Commodus in the gladiatorial pit. That's, because like everything, ties up together, it seems, and all that. And, everyone's like, yeah, Maximus, you go! That dude, wronged you! Get his ass! And so, like, for what the movie was trying to do, it makes for a much more, I think, satisfying ending, rather than, Maximus didn't get the final kill. Sorry, Maximus. Turns out his gym coach got to him before you did. Oh, darn.
Well, but also another thing, very people at the time care about Commodus.
Not to mention, it's also clearly fantasy.
Well, Gladiator very much feels like a sort of a fantasy story.
Yeah, which is it's historical fantasy, so I'm fine with it. Like,
yeah, the thing is that most historical films and the worst of Ridley Scott's attempts is that he tends to pick topics that people really know more about and care about. Like, that's when you get to the historical films that people are actually mad about.
How are you wearing shoes inside? Are you dumb? Look all the dirt you dragged in.
Oh, we got a new follower.
Hey!
Sentai VT. Hello. Gosh, it's been a while since I've seen a Sentai show. Oh my goodness, I need to.
We should do a Sentai special.
I wouldn't mind that. I've been meaning to check out the latest one. Was Boomger? I think that's what it's called. Boomger. I heard it was really good. So like I gotta check that out sometime. But like
I need to finish up the Megaforce season of Sentai.
Oh, Go Sager?
Yeah, Go Sager.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But I don't know, I think that was just the point I was trying to make this whole like half hour, that I'm not as harsh when it comes to inaccuracies with like history in movies, because I value more like, is it an actually good movie or not? At least to me. I know for you guys, since you're the history buffs, accuracy is a huge priority for you guys. So, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, you wouldn't want to be lied to.
No.
Would you?
No. But but at the same time, like, I think it's when people start treating, those versions as, the de facto history. Then that's, a problem.
It wouldn't have to happen if the people didn't respect it, the directors didn't have to respect history more. And you could do like.
But I feel like that's changing. I feel like that's changing though. I don't know how accurate Oppenheimer is, but like I I don't think Christopher Nolan went into making Oppenheimer going, okay, I gotta make my own fan fiction of Oppenheimer. This?
Well, it's easier when I think it was based on a book too. Based on a book.
Okay, well, if it was based off of a book, then then it's not at least entirely Christopher Nolan's fault if it's inaccurate. That's also.
I gotta show you guys Claudius sometime.
Because so like if it's based off of a book, then most of the blame of inaccuracies falls on the book rather than simply Christopher Nolan himself.
Well,
all right, Ninjato, what's your topic?
Yeah. First, hold on. Fire alarm is going off in the.
Oh no.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just a kitchen smoke.
Oh, okay. But also another I think sign that things are changing. Robert Eggers, the direct Robert Eggers, he's kind of is it Robert? Yeah, Robert Eggers.
Yeah,
he's
the Northman.
Yeah, like he's especially being known now, and recently as like the guy who wants to make a lot of stuff, historically accurate. Like I remember in behind the scenes stuff for the Northman, he said that like every inaccuracy he did was just because he personally saw like it's not gonna look that well on film. So like I think he said like a certain kind of haircut that like the main character wore, like it just looked like it was accurate. Like one haircut would be much more accurate to the time, but then he felt that audiences wouldn't take the character too seriously if he had the more accurate hairstyle.
So I get like Henry V and his iconic bowl haircut.
so he changed it to, even though it's inaccurate, it makes the audience take the character much more seriously. So it's like stuff like that. So like I think definitely now with directors like Robert Eggers, things are changing. Where now I think
it's also because history films are a bit more niche.
Half the people who walk up and get ready to do Henry V movie look at Henry V's haircut. It's like, I had to put this in, don't I?
Why a bowl cut? Why do I have to put in a bowl cut?
Nobody else had that haircut.
Yeah, so
it was like him, monks, his brother, monks, and like Norman knights a few hundred years ago, and that's it. Nobody else had that haircut.
Yeah, so Robert changes like to the haircut just to like make the audiences take the character more seriously. Then like, okay, as long as like you explain that stuff. So
yeah, as long as there's an explanation, that is always a better than were you there?
Were you there? Were you there, Ninjato? I thought not. No, were you there when? Were you there during, I don't know, said medieval period when Joan of Arc rode on the battlefield on top of a unicorn? Were you there, Ninjato? I thought not.
No, I was busy hanging out with Elaine and company, retaking his home continent from an evil empire. So,
But were you there for that too?
I was there. I was there giving cannons, giving tanks to the medieval English so they could crush the French.
Oh.
As God intended.
As God intended. All right. Anyways, I guess speaking of unicorns, since I mentioned it, now we can finally segue into our topics. Actually, one last quick reminder, just because I keep forgetting to do this in the beginning of streams. Convention fund goal on the upper left corner of the screen. There we go. All right. So unicorns, Ninjato.
Yes, Unicorn! So, Unicron Overlord was a game that came out in March, back in March this year.
Wow.
And it's the latest game by the company Vanillaware.
Okay.
One of my personal favorite companies. They made Muramasa the Demon Blade. You may also know them for Odin Sphere and also 13 Sentinels, or you probably know them also for Dragon's Crown, mainly because of the sorcerer's big boobas.
Ah, okay then.
Like if you look up Unicron Overlord, you know the sorcerer's look.
Well, people like their woman with that type of look. So,
all right, I'll be back. Hold on.
Oh no! The fire's shooting at him. We gotta save him. Run! Call you naive? You thought all historical films are good? Not every movie's gonna be good, Chelsea. It's not just historical stuff, it's just any movie. Not everything's gonna be that good. But oh well. It is what it is. Alright. Actually, you know what? While he's gone, I'm gonna check up and see if Not's gonna be joining us sometime soon. Cause, well, then again, it's like we're not even halfway through our topics, so maybe I'll wait a bit. But I see Nick online. Why isn't he in here? Get your butt in here, Nicholas. I swear.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm back.
Is the fire shooting
Fire
at you?
alarm's going off. No, my mom is just cooking something, and my dad didn't open the right door properly.
Okay.
To let the and this house is
Old?
in terms of where the stove is. No, it's not old. It's just where the stove is and where the fire alarm is and the smoke.
Okay.
It's not like a easy ventilation. It's an electric stove, so.
Oh,
But anyway, so Unicron Overlord is the best way to describe the gameplay is a mixture of an RTS, or real-time strategy games, and a Fire Emblem game.
Okay.
So, much like a Fire Emblem game, you control a whole bunch of heroes, and you go battle specific scenarios. But also RTS elements are, also like Fire Emblem. You have classes, and then you have characters that you have outside actions to build what is called rapport, basically support or social links. So like characters get to know each other. You have like a fun conversation. Some have more conversations than others.
All right.
And that is used as the main mechanism of fleshing out a lot of the characters, because there's over 60 characters.
Oh, dang.
There's 60 characters.
Okay,
and then
60 characters.
More. Yeah. And a whole lot of classes. And what makes this game also partially unique is that you get, through rolling up, you get a maximum number of units of 10. But within those 10 units, you can put up to 5 characters.
Okay.
In the units. And essentially you're making 5 D&D parties. Like 10 D&D parties. And then each D&D party, the matter of your composition, can counter the enemies very specifically. Like, part counters. So that's kind of where it's like, you have characters who are very good at defense, but they can't do magic. They're weak to magic, but you have a magic user that can take out. To help with that, you got healers, you got all that stuff.
All right.
All your regular RPG. So the gameplay is very addictive because In terms of death, there's a lot of deaths. You can do it because the way it works is that when your enemy unit and your unit goes into battle, you can skip the battle part, or you can watch it, and it basically auto plays a whole entire RPG battle.
Okay.
And like as part of like the real-time RPG elements, you get like blue crystals and red crystals. Red crystals are like active actions, blue crystals are like passive actions and buffs. Usually, and then you can increase the number of crystals based on equipment or your level, and they do certain things. But what you can do before you can go on a mission, you can modify your party's AI behavior.
Oh, he said the magic word! He said the magic word! Oh my goodness!
Not that AI! Not that AI! Not that AI! Game AI!
Alright, game AI.
Like, so you can customize it so that you can basically say, here is your battle plan. I want this team to operate on.
Okay.
Like, you can have it where certain abilities will do certain things at certain parameters. So you can go real in depth in the game.
Okay.
And then that's not all. You can also give them equipment. You can give them, for some units, you can give them a sword, a shield, and 2 accessory items. Like you get all of that going on. And then you got painting of the map. So much like a Rome Total War game, you have like an overworld map, and the way battles are kind of played out is that you go to regions to rescue from town to town.
Oh, okay.
Like taking over the world, one region at a time, and you're like literally painting the entire map, like a Total War game. So you get that addictive element.
All right.
So like that's generally the gameplay element, and that's like a really fun loop you can get yourself into.
Okay.
And now again. Again.
The fire's shooting! Get out of there while you can! Alright, we gotta wait.
Are you guys hearing anything?
I can hear it faintly. Like it comes in and out. The fire alarm.
But okay. I'm gonna try to talk over it.
Okay.
I'm gonna draw the mic a bit closer to be a bit more intimate.
Alright.
So let's just talk about the context. So, what is the story? So you play as Alam, Alam, or Alam, Alain.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright.
And he is okay. Tell me if you heard of this before. He is a prince of a kingdom.
Okay.
A great kingdom. His mother rules the kingdom, and he has a great mentor named Joseph, who is the personal bodyguard of the queen. But unfortunately, the kingdom gets invaded by an evil empire.
No.
And he has to flee with this said mentor away, while the evil empire subjugate his poor kingdom, and now he has to go retake his kingdom back, along with a bunch of party members, and getting more party members from people that he encounters, that he saves, which is the side missions and like the painting of the map aspects, or enemies that he has to convert to it, that he can convert to his size. And there's a story about war and hope. Does this sound familiar?
Little.
Oh wait, I do have a question. Has anyone on this panel played Fire Emblem games?
No. Well, I'm gonna assume this
Matchstick? Have you played Fire Emblem?
No.
SGD, have you ever played Fire Emblem?
No.
Okay, but basically what I said is one of the basic plots of Fire Emblem.
Okay.
That is like a basic trope. So there are some differences. One thing is that as opposed to the evil empire just taking over your kingdom and you are trying to help other kingdoms to resist getting conquered. Your prologue chapter, you play as the queen during the time with her kingdom getting captured. Basically, she's providing a distraction so that her son can leave.
Okay.
And leave to safety, and he leaves him with a ring. I think it's a ring. Yeah, it's a ring. And the ring has a unicorn on it. And it's called the Ring of the Unicorn.
Oh my goodness.
And the symbol of the kingdom of Cornea is a unicorn.
Whoa!
The symbol of Elaine's army called the Liberation. Because what happens in the time? Yeah, it's a unicorn. Because what happens is that the person who takes over the kingdom renames himself Galerius and conquer the entire world. Like, everyone got subjugated within 10 years. And almost like an 8-year-old kid, now he's like 18. And now it's him. So as opposed to you're going to other kingdoms to try to resist the influence of an evil cult or an evil empire, you're the people on the offensive.
Okay.
And also you find out is that you get questions of like, why do we have like these wars? Some of these generals, the main characters knew from the good when it was peaceful times. Why are they suddenly evil? Some of them mustache twirling evil. Oh, they got mind controlled. Some of them got mind controlled. Some of them. And by the way, guess what type of mind control it was?
Like hypnosis?
Worse. I am not gonna spoil exactly what it is, but basically their mind went blank for 10 years.
Oh, lovely.
And it's as if another person took over.
Okay. I see.
So, the story is simple. And heck, even maybe disjointed because of what the main plot says that the story should go, and then what the leveling system encourage you to go.
Okay.
Because if you want to go to the story path, you got your starting area, which also houses where the final boss is. So you get like a big level 40, which is like the cap for the final boss stuff. So you know that you can't go in the center, but you can conquer basically most of it around it.
Okay.
And you get like an initial pressure point. You get like an initial pressure point where the character that basically gets shipped with Alam, gets kidnapped, and you're under a time limit to save her. And yes, it is actually a time limit. If you spend too long doing side quests,
like a real-time time
she
limit?
ends up. What?
Oh, is it real time?
Sort of.
Okay.
Yeah, it is like a real-time limit, but there's no like hard limit. It's just that you're gonna get constantly encouraged to progress the story.
Okay. All right.
So it's like the game keeps reminding you of like, hey, gotta save the girl, gotta save the girl, gotta save the damsel, gotta save the damsel in distress.
Go save her.
So, yeah, but because of that, it also encourages you to finish when you get to other kingdoms to have a similar type of pressure, even though it may not actually be a thing.
Okay.
So, which is a good way of fooling the audience. But And another but I'm sorry, my brain is just like discombobulating for a second.
Oh,
The issue it has with the leveling up system in the story. Basically, the story wants you to go through the elf section, then go to what's called Albion, basically where the love interest comes from.
Okay.
Where there's angel people amongst them, and then you are encouraged to go to the other kingdoms because tying up the larger quest.
Okay.
But the way the game is, the level up system is that you get your main story quest in the first area, right?
Okay.
Of Cornea. So you retake most of Cornea, and then you get pressured with some story type because you're going to go save your cousin, who, by the way, you can marry in this game.
Oh, you can? Okay. Oh, that's right. You were talking about
we talked about
a bit last night, the harem system.
There's no harem system, but yeah, you can marry your cousin. It's just like, yay, a Final Fantasy game that actually embraced the fantasy, the medieval part.
You gotta keep the bloodline pure.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Ray. All hail
Hey,
Shadow
Ray.
Striker. Oh, don't you worry, Ray. Megatron's time will come again.
No, we want Shadow Striker. Yeah,
Decepticons rise up. But
the way it levels up, you go to with your cousin to Dragonhold, where basically dragon riding people.
All right.
People ride dragons. And it's also a desert.
And it's also a desert.
Not a fun place. Yeah.
All right.
But that overall story has very little ties to the main plot. And then after that, you go to the Elf Realm. Have some fun there. Like compress the actual main story.
All right.
We need to go to Albion. We need to go to this altar. Okay. But then on the level up, you go up north to Bastarius, where all the furries live.
Ah. Of course.
Yes, this world has furries, so.
All right.
So, I know they are called Bestrels, and there's more unique to it, but furries is just to get to the point. A lot of people, and also why people won't want to sub with some characters.
Okay.
And then after you go in there, you go to Albion, do all that stuff, and then you go back to all the other areas again because there's one location to visit one spot, and I'm at this point. Visit one certain spot, and then you go back to the center to finish up the game. And by the way, you can't discover the previous spots and get the story content in it because it relies on a certain item that you get in the Albion quest.
Okay.
And and also then you also have to go to the altar, which means going back to the starting area, like the very first level that you play.
Okay.
To go back to the altar of the unicorn and the maiden, and that's where you get your ship. You confirm your ship. And you do all of this essentially to level grind yourself so that you can go back to the starting area and get the best ending possible.
Okay.
Because there is a bad ending. There is a bad ending where based on the mechanics of the world, it goes poorly for Alam and everyone else.
Darn.
But like that's my brief summary of the game, and I love it. This is game of the year for me.
Game of the year for you? Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
this is like, it's a game that doesn't have like, compared to like, I could talk about Fire Emblem Three Houses all day. and talk about like the themes and the characters. And this one also has like a unique theme because this is like a post-apocalyptic story in a sense. And the apocalypse is this big empire took over everything, kills a bunch of people, and now you are basically picking up the pieces.
I see.
Of like any old tensions, like and like the older generation that could have contribute much like Gundam, where the older generation who's partially at fault of causing all of this happening got killed during this big war. Most of them. And now you're like mostly young kid. You're like the young teenagers with a couple of old guys. And some of the old guys were mind controlled, and now they come back to the senses. They go, "Oh crap! I did war crimes! Oh no!" Like Kara in My Adventures of Superman season 2, when she realized that she became a Brainiac's weapon of destruction. That moment.
Oh my gosh. Am I the bad guy?
I'm the bad guy.
Yes, you are.
It's not, am I the bad guy? It's, oh, I was the bad guy!
I was the bad guy. Darn.
But yeah. So you have people going over that trauma of like, what happened to them, and inadvertently them in a sense being responsible for what happened to other people. And then you got some people who like fell to their knees because they were trying to protect people too. So you got like people who were mind controlled, you got people who were basically strong-armed into working with the evil regime, and then of course you got some who are just pure evil. Like, woo! I wanted war! I wanted to give war a chance!
Give war a chance.
Give war a chance.
And then you got like other characters, like you get other characters with different motivations. Like you get the mentor of a witch you get, who is like one of your main advisors characters, who's literally like an old lady who aged herself down to a teenage body.
Oh, okay.
Because of course. Because of course that happens. But then her mentor is revealed. She joined in the bad guys because she has like this certain attraction to Alm's dad. Dad or grandfather. One of those two. It's like, oh crap. And then when you kind of like, the story is simple and disjointed, but it allows the themes of the game to be more explored in a more smaller scale type thing. And also through the rapport, conversations, and then like the individual stories. Like the first area, Alum's the main character, he is the one driving the plot, but then while in that adventures, you get certain characters who become the major characters for the other continents. Scarlet, who is the main woman that gets shipped with by the story itself. She's like the central character of Albion because she was the daughter of basically the Pope.
The Pope.
Okay. It's called the Pontifex. It's basically the Pope. Just think Pope.
Pontifex Maximus.
Maximus. All right.
Yeah, and it's a hereditary position, so she would become the next Pontifex. Because, being the daughter.
I think it translates to something like top head priest.
Okay.
This is a fantasy world, and this is Japan, where they slap random like cool names from the West, because for them, Western fantasy is like their equivalent to us being admired of their samurai culture.
The Western booze. Let's go.
West booze.
Yeah.
Western booze. All right.
So and then combine all that with beautiful visuals. Just look at the game. Look at the cover. Look at the art style. Yeah, some of the characters are overly sexual. That's just VanillaWare's art style, okay? They do love making beautiful people and horny people.
Well, where are the beautiful dudes then, that the woman can lust over? I yearn for true gender equality. If they're gonna make, you know, female characters that guys will go, ooh, they gotta make the same for our woman. They gotta get a male character that they'll go, ooh.
I think it's just casually reminding everyone how he thirsted over Frost Giant Loki.
What?
I did not thirst over him. I just thought he was funny. It's like, oh my goodness, he's jacked now. You probably don't know what I'm talking about. You know Marvel's What If series?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole episode. Was it like? Actually, I don't even know what I'm talking about. The show's kind of a eh. Oh, it was if Thor was an only child, and so like Loki never got adopted by Odin, and so he fully embraced being a frost giant, and he's just a jacked frost giant Loki, and it's honestly funny. But yeah, that's it. What if it's a boring show? But I'm assuming this game is not boring. Like, what if?
Oh yeah, it's not boring. The gameplay elements, and then just like engaging with the story. And I am looking at the plot a bit more. It's like, oh, another unicorn tied. There is a divine unicorn that is the cause of all this.
Oh my gosh,
He's
unicorns
not
are
the final
everywhere.
boss. Yeah, it's like this. It's like the developers, like unicorns, or it's just a way to distinguish identity.
They admire
also,
the beast of possibility.
Also, I have to bring up partly. Apparently, there's some translation shenanigans that people do not like.
Okay.
Of variety.
Oh.
I don't know what.
No. Are you saying that this game has the possibility that its translations are... I can look around to make sure no one's here to see me. Woke!
Yeah, and also people is like too many people literally labeled a lot of the characters like too many girl bosses.
No, not the girl boss. Oh, 0 out of 10 game. I can't play this anymore.
I mean, it generally is disrespectful to the original intent of the author, of the game developers.
Well,
the thing is that this game was published. I'm looking at the okay, Sega is the publisher, but also is Japan Atlas. So most of the time,
Japan Atlas? They do those guys do a pretty good job.
It's Sega and Japan Atlas.
They usually do a good job when it comes to like They do like obviously obviously Atlas, right? So they're gonna do all like the Persona stuff, but they are. I think they're also in charge of like the localization for all the Yakuza Like a Dragon games going forward. So
yeah, I don't know I haven't looked up like their direct evidence about it. I just heard that some people complain about it. I didn't look it up any further because I don't speak Japanese, so I can't really I don't know how to write or speak Japanese, so I can't like double check the translations.
All right.
About it, but given the state that people also were upset of too many girl bosses because there's a lot of would fit into strong female characters, and the cousin gets a weird amount of hate because she's a bit more. She has some of the main character energy of Alum, and well, Alum is kind of interpreted as more reserved and more thoughtful of others. Virginia is the opposite. She's a bit more hard-headed and aggressive. Aggressive, but they're like both good people. It's not like she's the annoying type of girl boss, but
okay.
But that's like some of the stuff in the head. Just disclaimer, just in case somebody brings that up. I don't think. I think this game, in terms of the story and writing, was really good. And also voice cast for the main cutscenes. Unfortunately, no voice acting during the rapport scenes. On that.
Oh, so it's just like a Yakuza game.
Yeah, unfortunately, and the music is also wonderful. It's a very wonderful soundtrack that it gets you into the mood and the atmosphere on that. And again, the visuals. The visuals are like much like a Octopath Traveler. It's like a 2D, but it's 3D at the same.
Oh,
that
okay.
HD sprite work.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
it's really well done. And apparently this game had the Vanillaware spent if this game did not do well, it would have been the last game that Vanillaware did, but apparently they made their money back.
Oh, that's good
because
then.
it became kind of a smash hit. For a bit.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good then. That's good to know that it was successful.
Yeah. In term, that is like the core of all I can think of. What I really want to talk about. Unicorn in the most briefest ways possible, without going into like more details, because I really want you to play this game.
Okay. Is it?
Unfortunately, no PC version.
Oh.
So you have to play it on consoles. So
what consoles is it on? Unicorn.
It's on Switch, which I played. PS4, PS5, and then Xbox Series X and S.
Can I play it on my PlayStation, on my $800 PlayStation 5 Pro?
Well, duh. Of course you can play it on the PS5 Pro. Why would
The
you?
PlayStation 5 doesn't have any games, remember?
Oh,
Yeah.
That's right. Never mind. What am I saying?
The only games in the PS5 Pro is Marvel Spider-Man 2.
But even then,
You know, our barometer for games, for products that we yell at a lot, and then we go, I enjoy it.
but even then, you know, even then. Oh man, gosh. If only the PlayStation had games. Darn.
Look, they're currently being run by Skeletor and Cobra Commander. Oh yeah, because I did show you that video. Yeah,
yeah. You show me that video.
And like, did I tell you about the Lego Racers joke about it?
The Lego Racers?
That joke at the end about the PS5 Pro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you told me.
Shell Striker is popular than Rouge the Bat? No, Chelsea, do not underestimate the internet's ability to like the bat from Sonic. Do not underestimate them, Chelsea. They will...
Do not underestimate the power of Rule 34.
Exactly. Don't underestimate them, Chelsea. They... If they don't want me to sexualize the bat, then why does she have big boobs? Gosh. Oh my goodness. Don't underestimate people, Chelsea. All right.
Much like you don't underestimate America when you kidnap the president's daughter to bring her to a Spanish village.
Your Rouge the Bat fans get really upset when you do as little as to cover up her back.
Oh yeah, that's
You know,
right.
the part you don't really see.
But
Censorship!
if they cover the back SGD, how am I gonna goon over her? Goodness, think of the fellow gooners out there.
No. Here's the thing, Chengus. It's just a first step.
Oh,
if they cover up the back,
that's right.
What are they gonna cover up next?
Slippery slope. Oh, I should have seen this coming. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How far will people take it?
Well, far enough. As far as a random village in Spain. So I will go to bed. I'm kicking off to you, Matchstick. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful night, guys, and enjoy talking about Resident Evil, Disney's attempt to do a superhero universe, and the most unsurprising result of Amazon's projects.
Wow.
And Digimon, of course.
Well, we'll get to all that. All right. So.
Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night. All right. And you know, speaking of covering up, I can't believe they covered up Ada Wong. Oh my goodness. Wow. How could they?
Don't worry. We have extra costumes for that.
Oh.
Still, I think the costume could have been better. Just feels like a Lana Kane ripoff.
I don't mind the Ada Wong costume.
I don't. It's just not ideal.
I'm more just bothered by her performance, because
yeah.
So, but anyway, so
she needed a few more training sessions.
Yeah, or just better direction in general.
I don't mind her voice, but
no, it's just
she needed a better director.
Like she just sounds bored. Like she doesn't want to be there.
She's like not said. She sounds like she's really trying hard not to mess up the lines.
Yeah, so like she's reading off,
and she's just reading it off there.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4.
The remake.
My opinions have not changed from the first two times I've talked about it. It is fucking phenomenal. Like, it is just so fun to go and like blow up a Ganado's head or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Resident Evil 4 is a remake of the original Resident Evil. 4 made about a year and a half ago. The remake, which details Leon going into Spain to retrieve the president's daughter from a cult.
Woo! Let's go.
It is a masterpiece. Like, you know, the original Resident Evil 4 was lightning in a bottle, and they have just recaptured lightning in a bottle second time for this, because this I think this is one of those games where I'm just gonna keep coming back to, because it's just such fun. The combat system is one of the best I've seen. The combination of switching, of being just on the edge, of almost running out of ammo for each gun, so you're switching them out, to parrying, to just continuing to run and position yourself. It's a combat system that really keeps you on your toes. I love that this game is also just keeps things fresh, where it has a good cycle of combat section to special little event to sort of taking a breather, going around scavenging, getting treasure and stuff like that, then going on to repeat the cycle. It has 3 separate environments: village, where a castle, and a island, and a military base on an island, where it's each of them have their own all unique stuff and their own unique enemies. And it's very well made. The story is, while not anything special, it keeps you interested, and it does its job. It's less about the substance and more about the charisma it's had. Yeah,
the story is just a vehicle for you to have a fun game to play.
Yeah, it is a video capital all words game. But the story still is very charming, which is the important part. You're having fun with it. Leon is always the making fun little quips and jokes, and then sort of in a kind of inappropriate, kind of like inappropriate for the situation, which makes it funny. Then you got Ashley, who's like who has this neat little arc of being like this really afraid college chick to actually helping Leon with his situations. You got Louise, the sort of
I never want to play
guy trying to get his redemption while being a self-proclaimed ladies' man. Got Ada and her voice acting.
Yeah.
Her main stuff is in Separate Ways DLC, which is also very. They improve it. They certainly improve it in the Separate Ways DLC.
Okay.
It's still not great, but it's acceptable. It is acceptable.
Okay.
I think if the voice actress continues at it, she could probably get pretty good. But this is not the best first outing.
Okay.
And all the villains ooze with just charisma and fun. I think Menendez is the weakest.
Evil cult leader.
The sort of Mr. X clone.
All right, that's.
He just.
Who's the cult guy again?
Sadler. Yeah. Mendez is like the priest, village leader, the giant village leader with the beard.
Okay, now I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just not nearly as intimidating as I remember him in the original Resident Evil 4.
Okay.
Then you have Mr. Kennedy.
Oh, yeah.
Revolt Salazar. It was really fun to watch. this little dwarf dressed up like Beethoven. Sort of is making hypocritical threats to you the whole time. Is just I do like him in this, but I do like originally do like how him and Sadler are a bit more you have a bit more time with him.
Oh, okay.
I also love the fact that he sounds like Peter Lorre. I don't think that was intended, but I do find it funny. You got Krauser, Jack Krauser.
Oh yeah, Krauser.
The knife fight is the knife fight. The knife fight is one of my favorite in the game. It was one of my favorite fights in the game. Along with his segments are just really fun, keeping you on your toes. And I do like the fact that you can use your knife to parry him, and get a big advantage. And then you have Sadler, who I just love the voice acting in all of this. You foul renegade. all aside from Mendez, all of these villains have not to disparage Mendez, but the other guys get the opportunity to just really ham it up and have fun with their roles. And it just comes out to be just a really fun set of villains. Trying to think of some more stuff. Yes.
I was gonna say, I'm probably gonna do Ada's DLC. Any like the core gameplay is the same, but like any differences I should be aware of?
Not really. It's just you get to play as Ada, and she has a few unique things to her.
Okay.
She has a different set of weapons than Leon. She gets a few different stuff, and she has a grapnol gun, like Batman.
She could be Batman.
And you also get a briefcase attachment that lets you pull down enemy shields.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Separate Ways is interesting because in the original it was just clearly just kind of thrown together at the last minute with a remix of older maps. And then this one, it kind of has a little bit of that element here and there. I mean, you do go into some of some older places like the Village, but most of it is just straight up new content. It's also very different.
Okay.
Because it does take Resident Evil 4, its main campaign, a lot of it was taken, a decent chunk of it was not put in the main campaign of RE4 and put into separate ways.
Oh, okay.
A lot of the segments from that. One of the biggest boss battles is the U3.
Okay.
And it is given to Ada. I do have an issue is because it kind of has only half the boss battle in separate ways.
All right.
Because half of it was on this kind of shipping container. Which is interesting, but the E3 boss battle is still fun. Yasuo gets, but she still gets stuff in the village, the castle, and the island. Some of the unique stuff from Separate Ways was removed. There was a section which is kind of out of place where you fought a battleship.
Okay.
I know. It's kind of weird.
There's a battleship. All right. Interesting.
And there was a Jack Krauser fight with her. She had a decent few interactions with Krauser. That is just completely gone from the Separate Ways DLC.
Oh, okay.
You get a lot more Louise.
Louise, all right.
Some stuff with Albert Wesker. Complete. Complete local saturation. And you also get the mercenaries mode. One of the modes from Resident Evil 4 did not make it into the remake, which was Assignment Ada, which is a sort of minigame type of thing, which I didn't really play, so I wouldn't be able to describe. But they did include the mercenaries mode, which is a sort of arcadey style thing where you go around a small segment of the island, castle, village, island, castle, village, and then dock, and then you get to fight a bunch of the enemies there, and it is really fun to do. You also get a whole bunch of you also get some of the characters from the game that are outside just Leon and Ada. You also get two COD. Where got Leon in a pinch in this gangster suit. Ada in her butterfly dress. Louise, Krauser, Wesker, Hunk.
Yeah, I'm late.
Hey.
You know the guy with the guy in the military outfit that does the head snaps.
What topic are we on?
Resident Evil.
Okay.
I think. Remind me what you're talking about, Magic.
The guy in the military outfit who does the neck snapping.
I don't remember him.
I'll draw a picture.
Okay.
Just give me a second. Here. Just look up
Sorry.
No!
Romans is losing!
Not!
Hermes is losing.
Oh, really?
That's
Man.
a fucking awesome.
Who's everyone choosing?
Scrooge.
Okay.
I mean, fair, but still.
Yeah, fair. Okay, that's fine.
You're not gonna have Hermes?
Alright, this is Hunk. Just
okay.
Shing back.
Hunk.
Okay.
His name is an acronym. It stands for Human Unit Never Killed.
Huh.
Because the joke is more so than there's a joke in the Resident Evil fandom that like whenever Chris is part of a team, he's the only survivor.
Oh,
That's the That's the epitome of Hunk's character. Is he's the only survivor of any team he's ever in.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Wow. Sorry, Hong. Okay.
I don't think Ada was in the original roster of Mercenaries characters. Was she?
She was.
Okay.
Really?
I can't remember if she was in the original.
I mean the remake original roster before the Separate Ways update.
Oh no, she wasn't. She was added,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she was added alongside Wesker.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It also was just one of the best looking for like a lot of the time people try to do like photorealistic games and they fail. And this one does it really, really well.
I want to champion the RE engine because it was it's an engine now that's used standard place for a lot of Capcom games.
Okay.
But it was an engine that was built to the ground for Resident Evil, specifically 7, and it's lighting, like a lot of its lighting engine, a lot of its lighting capabilities is just amazing.
Okay.
It's also used for stuff like Devil May Cry.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
I think the new Street Fighter uses it.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But it is very good at using making a photorealistic gameplay.
You see Devil May Cry, but it's never certain.
It's never what?
You say Devil May Cry, but it's never certain. Where's Devil Will Cry, huh? Alright. I was gonna say
But Resident Evil 4 is just really fun. It's a masterpiece. It is worth however much money that you asked to pay for, it was $60 on release, not $70. A good $60. It's less now. I think it's been a year and a half. So
let's see. I can look up how much it costs now.
Right now, how much it will cost now? I think it still costs. I think it costs like $40 now for the base game, and like around
still worth it.
Let's see.
60 for the gold edition.
Yeah, the base game is now $40. 50 for gold edition. Ada's DLC is $10.
And the $10 is worth it. You'll get like a good 4-hour campaign, and then some mercenaries characters, which is completely worth it.
Okay. Oh, all the extra DLC pack bundle is like $20-something. So
I think you get some like costumes,
yeah,
which I would say is not really worth it.
Costumes.
Last I remember, they look kind of goobery, like Punk Leon.
Punk Leon. Okay, that actually kind of sounds fun though. Punk Leon.
The costumes for a lot of the remake games have really been just not the best.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the
like
soundtrack is
like the best of them are usually just like classic costumes and like that kind of stuff. There's like nothing particular, like outside of that, it's nothing particularly special. Like you got Leon's like sheriff outfit and Claire's military outfit. Okay. And they're just like,
Okay then. Yeah.
I think the and to make they have noir outfits and they're supposed to give it like black and white lighting. Is that right?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool though.
Okay.
But yeah, I think if you like S++ each of the characters in Mercenaries, you unlock Leon's Resident Evil 2 outfit.
Oh, okay.
But so Changus, no, you guys have played Resident Evil 4. What do you think of it?
I remember playing just the base Resident Evil 4. I really liked it. It was really fun. A lot of the bosses.
I thought you played the remake.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I played the base. That's what I'm talking. If I said original, I meant to say base Resident Evil 4.
No, you said base. I just interpret that as like original.
Okay, no,
you were talking about like DLC and stuff.
Yeah, I haven't played. Well, okay, the only DLC I have at the moment, I'm probably gonna have to get Ada's separate ways, but the one I have at the moment is Mercenaries, but that's because it was free. Mercenaries was a free DLC.
Yeah.
So, and Mercenaries was really fun. Doing Mercenaries as Krauser is really fun.
Just wait till he plays Wesker. It's cheating.
I know you were talking about Wesker. I haven't played as him yet, but I know playing as Krauser though was just that itself alone almost feels like cheating. Like, oh my gosh, I'm unstoppable with this damn knife. Goodness. So like, but I remember playing the original Resident Evil 4. I streamed it. It should be on my YouTube channel. Like I could look up real quick. I should have like a playlist and shit, right? Of Resident Evil. I should have it, don't I? A Resident Evil playlist on YouTube. Here, what if I look at? Yeah, I do. I have a. Yeah, I do. I do have a playlist of Resident Evil on YouTube. Oh, that's right. I was playing also Resident Evil 7. Biohazard. But Resident Evil 4, I remember it was really fun. Some of the boss fights took me forever, but that's just because you know, like, I didn't really know what I was doing. Cause I just don't know what I was doing when I was doing Resident Evil 4. So like was it who was it that I remember having the hardest time with?
It was
I remember I was stuck for like almost like 5 hours.
It's probably Salazar.
Yeah, it was Salazar, because I didn't know what I was doing, because like I thought like how to defeat him, like I had to only shoot specific weak spots, but then I was you told me it's like, not just keep shooting normally, it's fine.
Yeah, because Chinggis thought Salazar was impervious to his bullets unless he shot the eye. And I told Chinggis, no, just keep shooting him, because eventually the eye is going to pop out, and then that's when you do bonus damage.
Yeah, so that's an example of just me not knowing what I was doing, and that prolonged the boss.
To be fair, it is quite deceptive, and it could be, you know, I can see a lot of people being like, oh, the eye's the weak spot, shoot it.
I remember Krauser's boss fight was really stressful, but it was also really fun. Like it's stressful, but like once you beat him, it's like, yeah, I beat you.
Yeah, the game is all about keeping you on your toes, and it's very good at that.
So I remember like when I finally beat Cross, like, yeah, I beat you, that's right. So that was really fun. Adam I know he's Sandler, but I remember just calling him Adam Sandler. So Adam Sandler fight, the boss fight, that was fun. It's a nice, like, you know, spectacle boss fight. So I liked it. It was really fun. I don't want to go back as Ashley though. That was a little too much stress for my liking. I don't like playing as Ashley. That was just a little too stressful for my liking. So, but overall though, like, it's I remember having a really fun time with Resident Evil 4. I think out of all the Resident Evil games I've played so far, I think 4 has been like the most enjoyable, I think, in my opinion. I think it's just because Resident Evil 4's like Resident Evil 7 and 4 like two different kind of horror. 4 is more of like, you know, the action horror going on. So like so I think that just itself just kind of led to more fun gameplay wise for me. So I remember having a lot more fun with Resident Evil 4. I remember playing a bit of the first Resident Evil game, but I think ultimately the tank controls for the first Resident Evil game just wasn't to my liking. So I never really could get past that. But 4 was just really fun. I had a good time with Resident Evil 4. So yeah, I do want to play the Ada DLC. Like, how much of an improvement are we talking about with her voice matchstick?
It's acceptable.
It's acceptable? Okay.
Not great, but it's acceptable.
You can tell, Cengiz, you can still tell in lines that, like, yeah, this woman's forte is not voice acting. But
yeah, it's still rough.
But like, with, you know, like just with like the given like just like the focused voice direction makes her at least, you know, passable.
Okay then, cause I don't think her voice is all that bad. I just think, again, it was like she just sounds bored in the base game, like she doesn't want to be there. But that's, you know, again, more just like the direction.
Like you said, now she's it sounds like she's trying to she's reading the lines and trying not to mess it up, which is making her sound really flat.
Yeah. But again, I'm kind of repeating myself now, but yeah, I had a fun time with Resident Evil 4. I'll definitely play the Ada DLC. So
Resident Evil 4 for me is the remake is on par with the first remake. It clearly understands what the original game was going for, and you know, and like all great remakes is essentially just, okay, give me everything from the last game plus more. You know, the everything is there. There's nothing really cut out. But just, you know, everything's improved now, because the original Resident Evil 4, you know, like a cornerstone of its genre, not only just of like survival horror, but just third-person shooters in general. So like
it's a revolutionary game in that regard. Like it is the first third-person shooter.
So there is actually an interesting distinction I'd like to make, because Max Payne is revolutionary in that it kind of set the standard to what a third-person shooter could be, with the whole freeform movement, just how gunplay is supposed to react and all of that stuff. Resident Evil 4 revolutionized not only how these types of games would be played on a console, but just the over-the-shoulder concept. That very huddled in, very like Max Payne utilized the entire screen. So like Max was a very little character in a very big screen. In Resident Evil 4, Leon is on the left half of the screen, but that's supposed to be a form of perspective, so that you'd understand where how Leon is positioned. You understand where exactly you should be looking. So
yeah. It also, another good thing is, he's right. It's not the first third person, but it's the first over the shoulder third person. To be specific, but it also is a game. I'd still say it's not replaced by the remake. It's kind of alongside it, because the gameplay is so dramatically different, but still so good that it is worth play, even if you've already played the remake. I recommend the original Resident Evil 4 because it is legitimately a masterpiece, but in a different way.
Okay. Okay, here's a question. Do you prefer the original or the remake?
Probably the remake.
Okay.
I did play it first. But the remake is as good. It's just not my personal favorite.
Okay. Discord's down, Chelsea? It is? What?
I tried going onto Discord, and I had a hard time because a lot of the pages weren't loading.
Oh my gosh, it was just me.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah, so Discord is crapping now.
Okay then.
But to get it back to the Resident Evil 4 topic, I think for me, there's an argument that could be made that Resident Evil 4 remake, just makes the combat better, and that's something that I can wholly agree with. I think just out of a sense of how well I'm used to it, just the original for me, because it 4 remake does what the first 2 remakes, kind of established the whole gameplay that they've built up, and just refines it down to a science. It's so well down to the fact that you're down to the fact that like the knife, like in the original Resident Evil 4, the knife was seen as like best because it introduced like just opportunities that players got to use. In 4, they just made the knife its own mechanic, where it's like, yeah, you get to parry with it, and you have to of course, you do have to check on like its durability and all that stuff, but it's like
it was very jarring not being able to use the knife in the original RE4 to parry and stuff like that.
Yeah, like in the original, like the knife, like the knife was close combat, but it was used where you can just like get a good slice in, like get a good slice off, like a to stun like a villager, so that you can don't have to waste bullets, so you can suplex them and backdrop them and all that stuff. But no, like for me, I always just go with the original because it's unique in how it's still unique in how it kind of presents itself. You obviously we talked about this before with Gears of War 2 and 3. You could just tell like how much that game was just inspired by Resident Evil 4. But they of course they added the benefit of a cover system.
Okay.
But for me, yeah, like I do prefer the original itself.
All right, neat. It's just gray lines for you, Chelsea? Oh my goodness. That's not good.
I don't want to mention this because we did talk about earlier about Devil May Cry, and it's like, Resident Evil 4 is very influential because it's one of the builds gave us Devil May Cry.
Oh.
Because Chinggis, there was a bug during a build that was supervised by Kamiya.
Oh, okay.
Where whenever you use the knife to stun enemies, there was a chance where using the knife would juggle enemies, and like Kamiya and the rest of the staff didn't really understand this, and they thought, oh crap, we're behind schedule, we don't really know what's going on with this. Shinji Mikami kind of went up to him. He's like, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna retake over development. I'm gonna try to see if I can get it back to get it back to kind of an earlier version. But I'm gonna convince the higher ups that convince the higher up, because Kamiya, like, he thought the bug was weird, but he also thought it was fun. Everyone in the studio loved the fact that you could just juggle your you juggle the villagers, kind of pull off like combos with a knife. So Shinji Mikami, he petitioned the higher ups, like, can you let him develop a game like using this this concept that he came up with, and they agree. That's how we got Devil May Cry.
Okay. Oh hey, Call. How are we streaming with Discord down? I don't know. I guess because we started
Good
before.
question.
I guess because we started before it went down, so like, it's still fine for me. I think. Oh wait, no, wait, never mind. Some channels are failing to load messages. All right.
I think it's because the facilitating a voice chat is different than the servers that store the messages.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because all of our internet should be fine. It's just that a lot of the like Discord servers themselves might be going haywire.
Yeah. Yeah. So. But we're still doing okay though, Colin. So stupid. Hey man, I'm not the one in charge of who's like looking over Discord at the moment. So
How do we know that? Can you prove that?
Yes, I can. Actually, you know what? No, you caught me. You know what? As the head control of Discord, I'm banning you. Where's the ban button? I'm banning you.
Unfortunately broken because your fucking website's damaged.
I'm not using a website.
Well, you know what I fucking meant.
You need 2 keys to press the ban button. It's the big red one.
Ah.
But you need another key.
I'll get it.
Which I have.
Well, sleep with one eye open tonight, Nick. I'm coming for that key.
Ha! Sleep. That's fucking true, too.
Go to bed! Go to bed!
I'm awake. I already did have a nice sleep.
Oh my god. Go to bed early.
Just not gonna sleep. No, I'm not gonna sleep.
Oh my gosh. What are you like?
I have a game tomorrow. I gotta be awake for that.
Okay. Alright then.
Oh, it's Packers game, too.
Oh. I'm sorry.
You know, Al's grandpa joked when we were watching it. Hey, just make sure next week at the end, none of us go on suicide watch.
Okay. Oh goodness.
Let's just say SUD, you might be rocking green and yellow, but that's only because I let you have a pass.
You have a pass.
You get a pass. You're not doing it because of Green Bay.
Alright.
Wait, did his team lose to Green Bay?
Bears and the Packers are notorious rivals.
For Joseph Green, Nick, there will come another season.
Mean Joe Green. Hey kid, catch.
Oh my goodness. Alright. Anyways, any other thoughts though you have for Resident Evil 4, Matchstick? Nah? Alright. Okay then. Well, like I said a bit ago, it's now like $40 on Steam. So that's good. So you could get it for like $40 on Steam, and then the Ada DLC is like $10, and Mercenaries is free. So yeah. All right. Well. Go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Colin.
Hi.
Hi.
So I
Very
have to
cool.
play every time you show up.
Yes.
Please, please no.
Alright, it's cool, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, anyways. Jump scare, Chelsea? Is what it is. It's good for you, Pop. I don't know why I said good for you. I'm going to Godfather all of a sudden. Pop, it's okay, drink the wine. It's good for you. I drink more wine than usual, Michael. That's a good movie. People should watch The Godfather. Godfather's a good movie.
I have not seen The Godfather.
What?
I have not seen The Godfather.
Why not?
It insists upon itself.
I just no, it doesn't insist upon itself. I never said that. How can I say it insists upon itself if I've never seen it?
Wow, you won't even make the joke.
You can't even make the joke. You haven't even seen The Godfather.
No, I can make the joke. I make the joke. I just don't think I should.
Watch The Godfather.
Billy, like I want to mention Billy Zane looks so much like Marlon Brando. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, for like the biopic coming. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that.
Listen to your friend Billy Zane.
Billy Zane. Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, go watch the Godfather, Colin. All right.
I know. I just haven't gotten a chance to.
Alright, okay then. Alright. Well, anyways, speaking of things to watch, so this was another paid request to review by DJ Robotnik. He donated $10 for us to watch the good old classic Disney movie, Sky High, a classic.
You watched Sky High and didn't tell me?
Yes. Well, I didn't know you like Sky High. Okay.
Classic.
How was I supposed to know you liked it? Okay. I don't.
It's a cult classic.
Well,
it's
then,
a fucking cult classic.
Well, you know what? Then this is Nick's fault. He's a closer friend to you than I am. Nick.
He's never told me.
Why didn't you tell me you guys watched Sky High?
You never told me that you liked Sky High.
Well, you never brought up that you were watching Sky High.
Well, we did. We watched Sky High. Okay.
Well, you know what? We'll watch it again later.
Okay, good. And what did you think?
It was fun.
See, can I say it?
Okay, sure.
So I thought I was gonna not really enjoy this just because it's kind of goofy and stuff like that. I ended up loving it a lot.
Yeah, I know, right?
Holy shit! It's
charming. It's a charming picture.
Let us just all remember the day would have never been saved if it not for Ron, the bus driver.
Oh, we'll get to him, man. We'll get to him. I have a lot to say about him. It's not what you'd think.
I have a question for you and Changus, Nick. When you saw Bruce Campbell, what was your reaction?
I knew it was Bruce Campbell.
Oh,
I already knew about that.
all right.
I knew.
I've seen this movie. It's just been years since I last saw it.
Yeah, I honestly forgot though Kurt Russell was in it because again it was been a while since I've seen this, so I was like, oh my gosh, Kurt Russell, what are you doing here? And also, if I had a nickel for every time Kurt Russell was a terrible dad to a superhero child.
I have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but I'm shocked it happened twice.
It's really good. It's really fun. Yeah. Oh, hey, there's DJ. Hey, thanks for tipping. Thanks for paying us to watch Sky High. It was really fun. I guess also just another quick reminder that if you want us to review something for the podcast, you can do so through the tipping donation stuff through Stream Elements. We got there should be in the about section, you know, all the listing and the prices and stuff for what you want us to watch. Again, preferably you ask before you donate, but if you know, either way, we'll watch what you pay us to watch. Except for, well, you know, obviously limitations. You know, there's gonna be limitations. Some stuff I will not watch, and I'll just refund. So, but this one I didn't refund. I like Sky High. This was really fun. It's I don't know what it is. I'm sensing a pattern where I find fictional high school stories where the school constantly endangers its students really fun and charming.
Watch Harry Potter at all?
Yeah, I watched the Harry Potter movies, but
That's different.
That's kind of different.
Somehow that's different.
Somehow that's different, even though their students are in danger 90% of the time.
Well, you know what it is? The students are in danger, but Harry Potter expects us to take it seriously.
The students are.
So what you're saying is it insists upon itself.
You see, Colin. The difference between Harry Potter and Sky High is that they don't constantly like but what was his name? It was like I was basically going to say like the they don't have teachers on a revolving door like the teachers who teach defense against the dark arts do.
Well, there's actually, you know, the reason the dark arts teacher always has empty spot is because Voldemort cursed the position.
Yes, I know.
Wow. What is
yeah, Voldemort cursed the position that if somebody becomes the dark arts teacher, something horrible happens to them, and it usually does not have them lasting entire term.
I'm not gonna lie, Colin. I'm not the biggest Harry Potter guy, so like I watched the movies. I remember liking the movies, and that was it. I read the books, and that was it. Harry Potter was one of those things where I consumed all of it, and it just never stayed in my mind because Transformers was. Because why would I care about Harry Potter when Transformers has been going around for 40+ years now?
That's fair. That's fair.
So. Yeah. But no 50 Shades of Grey review, Chelsea?
Well, it's not a Serbian film.
No.
So
that's true. It's not a Serbian film.
It's not the.
I mean, it's technically on. So 50 Shades of Grey is gonna be on the table, but don't expect us to be positive about it.
Well, Nick, we're just watching someone's Twilight fanfic, so.
We are.
Like that's how 50 Shades of Grey came to be. It started as a Twilight fanfiction, but then it's like, you know what? Hold on. I want to actually make money off of this, so we're gonna change some names around, you know, and then change some other stuff around, and bam, 50 Shades of Grey. It's amazing. is amazing. And Dakota Johnson would then go on to star in the hit movie this year, Madam Web. Amazing job, Dakota Johnson.
My God, I forgot about that.
Thank you, Dakota Johnson. Very cool.
The hierarchy of the MCU is about to change.
It's about to change.
So, Chang, is about those Peruvian spiders that you were studying with my parents before they died.
Oh my gosh. But anyway, Batman was suck. But you know what's a better superhero film? Sky High. Sky High was really
Exactly.
Sky High was really fun. Chelsea, just because I wear glasses doesn't mean I'm gonna like Harry Potter. Okay? That's like, just because I see someone look like me doesn't mean I'm gonna go, oh my gosh, they represent me. I love this already. I'm not gonna just because I'm Korean, just because I'm Asian doesn't mean I'm gonna go watch Filthy Rich Asians and go pig cinema.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would that. So, Changus, do you want to know something?
What?
There's a meme that has spread about Sky High that
Okay.
is slightly hilarious.
Mm.
And that meme is that Sky High is unironically the perfect American Disney adaptation of My Hero Academia.
Oh, yeah, I know about that meme. I still have not seen or read anything to do with My Hero Academia. Ninjato went on a whole deep dive because he read the manga, he watched some of the anime and all that. So, no. Oh, go ahead now.
I like All Might. All Might's the best.
All Might's
You like-
great, yeah.
you like
All
All
Might's
Might.
Chad.
Not's like, what do you like about My Hero Academia? And Not just goes, I like All Might. That's my response to that question.
I've read all of My Hero Academia, and I like the early parts. Hate any time it tries to focus on the villains, and really wish they went back to the school after a while.
Yeah.
Well, you're in luck, cause Sky High takes place entirely at the school, and no boy, that school loves to endanger its students. No, Sky High is just kind of just a fun movie. It's not taking itself too seriously, but that's fine. Like it's a silly, fun little movie to watch. Kurt Russell is a terrible dad, but but honestly, it's kind of it's like, but unlike Guardians of the Galaxy, he's a terrible dad in a funny way.
Guess who's getting a new Xbox for getting powers?
What new X? I don't have an Xbox. Oh my goodness!
Kurt Russell is just Bob Parr if he wasn't if he wasn't trying to hype up his own children and were deeply disappointed in them.
Oh my god, you're rude.
It's great. Oh, that's great. I love it. Yeah. You love the bit where the commander tries to call the school and he has a bunch of spare phones because he breaks him so much. That was a great gag. I love that. That was a great visual gag, DJ. I love stuff like that. It's like, damn it, get the other phone.
Remember when we had real civilians?
That's right. Remember when we had real civilians? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Again.
Unironically, I would love to see a prequel that shows the school being in even more danger to the students.
Again, I love it. This place just endangers children. It's great.
Are you aware that there was a planned sequel?
No.
Yeah, there was a planned sequel and it was going to be called Sky University.
Oh.
But it never worked out.
Beautiful.
It was gonna be called Save You.
Oh no, yeah, Save You, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Honestly, like one of my favorite parts about watching movies like this is like you just like when watching it, you start asking all these questions about the world. It's like, oh my goodness, this is like this is a terrible place. You start asking all these questions, but never once you go like, oh my gosh, this is a bad movie because it doesn't answer these questions. Like it's just something you'll come up with because it's like the whole world of this movie takes place. It's just a giant cartoon. a Saturday morning cartoon. It's like one time, I remember, like some halfway through the movie when like the bullies were tricked Will into fighting the pyrotechnic guy, and then like the pyrotechnic guy was like gonna beat his ass, and I remember I was asking like, hey Nick, do you think the bullies would feel any remorse if like the guy actually killed the protagonist?
And we actually debated about it. Not really debate, but more conversed about it.
And then later on in the movie, when they became, but then later on in the movie, when they were lackeys to the main villain, I just went, oh, well, I guess that answers the earlier question. I guess they won't feel remorse.
I didn't realize that the director of Sky High also did a lot of other movies. Wow.
Yeah, he did. He was.
He did Shrek Forever After, Kung Fu Panda 4, the Lego Movie 2, Kung Fu Panda 3, SpongeBob, Megamind, Monster vs. Aliens. He directed Gladiator.
Some of these make sense and then others don't.
Penguins of Madagascar. He made Sonic. He directed Sonic 2, X-Men 2, Skyfall, Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, Catwoman.
Wait.
No, half of those are jokes.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm looking. Mike Mitchell directed it, and I'm looking at the list.
What do you mean? He didn't do Sonic 2?
No, he was voice roles. He was
okay.
He was
voice roles.
He was a voice role, really?
He was, yeah, because he's a executive producer most of the time. Like as a director, he's definitely done. Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo, Surviving Crip, Sky High, Shrek Forever After,
Alvin and the Chipmunks, Chipwrecked.
The live action sequences for Sponge Out of Water.
Trolls. Are you gonna finally watch Trolls, Nick? NSYNC got back together.
Are you gonna fucking pay me?
Guys,
I already had to go through watching the Trolls movie unwillingly.
Guys, donate $10 and we can make Nick watch Trolls.
30 and we'll do the whole series.
Are you sure you want that?
$10 and we can make Nick watch Trolls, because he said he would watch it if NSYNC got back together. They're back together. They were, in fact, not only are they back together, one of their songs was even featured in a hit MCU movie, Nick. So when are you gonna watch Trolls?
$30. I'll do a whole series.
Okay, well, you heard it there.
Get us closer to getting Shangus there, and we'll watch him. Hell, we'll do save a whole podcast segment for just the entire series, or just a whole podcast for
just all the Trolls movies. Okay, sure, sure, why not? Oh my goodness. No, but yeah, but I was gonna say this. I don't know. The Sky High is just a fun movie.
It is.
The premise. I don't know. I guess I never really talked about the premise. I don't know. Premise basically, son of superhero goes to a whole high school. Oh, that's meant to train superheroes, but he doesn't have powers. But then
it's just a Western adaptation of My Hero Academia or something.
Yeah, basically.
I know what.
Yeah, and then he
literally just say Western adaptation of My Hero.
But then he gets his powers, and then he does superhero stuff. He saves the day. Do you think? Do you also the plant chick can the plant chick's powers can affect plant life based on her mood and emotions. So I'm just imagining what would happen if she's completely depressed. Do you think if she was really sad, the whole world would just be deforested? Because she just makes all the plants wither. She's just that sad.
God, hate to imagine what the other emotions would be like.
When she's really angry, like just the plants just go out of control. Man, I'm just remembering what you said, Nick, when we were watching the movie. Imagine the bush. God damn you. Why'd you have to say that? Oh my goodness. Stream Elements is unavailable for you, Chelsea? Wait, what? Let's see. Is it down?
What's down?
The site I used for like tipping and stuff. Is it down? That's
honestly,
it's just white. Hold on, me.
Honestly, you guys should be lucky because Sky High is good, right? But somebody could have been real mean and asked you to watch Zoom.
Zoom.
Nick knows what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I've been ruined on Zoom because every time I think of Zoom, I think of the diamond bolt joke, where Tim Allen comes out in the all black spandex suit, and he puts like, and you know, Adam puts like a joke where it's like there's a Black Panther on the upper side of this plays music.
Zoom is literally basically Sky High, but worse. It really is.
No, Stream Elements is working. Oh, there we go. Oh, anonymous. I'm guessing that's Chelsea. All right, Nick. We gotta watch.
How many?
What? $10.
How many?
$10. We got.
Okay, watching the first one then.
We're watching Trolls. We're watching the first Trolls movie, Nick. $10. We're watching Trolls.
$20 and we'll do the rest.
Don't worry, Nick. I'll join you so you don't have to suffer too much.
$20 and we'll do all of them. $20 and we'll do. Add $20 and we'll do all of them.
Well, okay, there we go. But we got $10, so we gotta at least watch the first Trolls movie. We gotta do that at least. Oh my goodness. But like, there's nothing. Oh, there's not really much to say about Sky High. Like, it's a cartoon. It's like a live action cartoon you're watching.
Sky High, Sky High, quite literally is just, you know, it's elevated by the fact that it's written by the creators of Kim Possible.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, the creators of Kim Possible worked on the script.
Oh, okay.
That is, you know what? A lot. What? I can completely see it. I can see that.
That does quite explain a bit.
Yeah, you know what? I've had to watch a couple KC Undercover episodes. I completely see it.
Okay.
You could just feel it throughout the film, where it's like they can capture that humor of kind of just making fun of the motif of superheroes in this world without kind of just like denigrating them.
That's a good way to. Yeah, because you would.
This would not happen in the modern day. You know, in the modern day, they'd be
like stuff like this, made nowadays. Like they'll be like, you know, oh no, we're just gonna be making fun of superheroes. But like, despite the goofiness, never once is it like demeaning towards, you know, the superhero stuff. That's a good way of putting it. Not.
No, that's a good assessment.
Yeah.
Now, I believe you're forgetting someone.
Who?
Ron, the bus driver.
Oh, Farva!
I need to me and Chase need to show you Super Troopers.
Super Troopers.
Super Troopers.
Okay.
You mean shenanigans?
As soon as he came on stream, we were like, Farva, holy shit. No fucking way.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy who says shenanigans.
Hey, Farva!
Farva!
What's the name of that restaurant you like? You know, with all that goofy shit on the wall.
Goofy shit on the walls and the pickle fries.
Oh, you mean shenanigans? Oh!
Ron, the bus driver, single-handedly saved the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, all I can see is just Farva. It's like it's.
Hold on a sec.
Wow, that got really grisly back there. That was real growl, huh? Okay, shoot him.
I barely made it.
I barely made it. Shoot him.
Shoot him.
I got a gun. Who do I shoot? The bear or Farva? Ooh.
Oh, full choice.
Oh my gosh. I love. Discord's working again, and Ray? It is?
Good.
Let me see. Oh, there we go. Okay then. Yeah, it's working again. Now I can say that
Discord?
Discord's working again for at least for Ray.
Fucking finally.
So now I can look back and say this quote word for word. I love this place. It encourages child endangerment. See you next 2024. Remember when we used real citizens?
Remember when we used real citizens?
Fucking the gym teacher was fucking great.
Well,
it's Campbell.
Yes, Bruce Campbell.
Also, I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. You guys have a good night.
Okay.
Have a good night, Matthew.
Wait, I'm looking up the filmography of the main guy, Michael Angarano. Who's he in Oppenheimer? I'm looking this up right now. Who is he?
I think he was Robert Serber.
Robert Serber. What did he do
again? He was the guy who demonstrated the marbles.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's him. All right then.
Yeah,
wow.
Like he was basically just going, okay, so
sidekick.
If we do hydrogen, it may be effective, but like we'll be spending too much time trying to enrich it. If we use uranium, like it may come across as a bit unstable, but we can get it out at a faster time.
Yeah. Yeah, so, man, imagine that. You go from sidekick to nuclear physicist. What a
James, remember, like Josh was the one who pushed the button.
Oh, that's right. Josh Peck pushed the button
to drop the Project Trinity bomb.
I know. Do you think Josh?
Now that really is a boom.
Do you think Josh has blood on his hands?
Probably.
Mr. President, I've got blood on my hands. Get that pussy out of my office. Also, Ray, I see what you did there. All right, it's Saturday night. I have no date. A 2-liter bottle of Shasta and my All Rush mixtape. Let's rock. Also, the main villain, the main chick, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, went on to be in 10 Cloverfield Lane. So that's a movie I really like. But
speaking of, I actually do want to know, did you see the twist coming?
You meant Sky High. I thought you were talking about Cloverfield, where I thought you were talking about Sky High. Because I've seen the movie before, so I knew okay. So I know the broad strokes. Fuck, that's right. Patrick Warburton was the voiceover when she put on the helmet.
That's
great.
right.
It's great because all you hear is just Joe whenever she starts screaming with a helmet on. Let's rock! Oh, I love Patrick Warburton. He's great. Hey, Putty, do you believe in God? Yeah. So, you don't think it's a problem that I don't believe in him? No, I don't know. Well, why's that? I'm not the one going to hell.
Dude, Putty is the best.
I know. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Patrick Warburton was in Sky High.
We talk about like how, in retrospect, like there isn't any kind of cloaking device or anything on like the items that superheroes own. So can we just talk about how people probably have had to live with driving on the highway, seeing a bus flying over a bridge, thinking that the driver is committing suicide with a bunch of kids inside of it?
There's a local legend going around that's just that's suicide bridge. Every school day, a bus will just fly over and just kill all the students in there. Oh my goodness!
But that brings up the question. They know superheroes exist, don't they? Oh, it's like, holy shit! Oh, it's fine. Never mind. That's just the future generation of heroes.
Oh, almost forgot. Linda Carter was the principal.
Yeah.
And Nick, it's like you'd probably point it out, but Stitches, the Royal Pain sidekick, is Dean Pelton.
Is who?
Dean Pelton from Community.
Ah, I didn't. Holy shit! And now I'm hearing it. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That is him. Oh my gosh.
That's great.
I'm such an idiot. Oh, no, let's not do this. I miss my dad. Oh, this went deeper than it to go.
Oh, that's great. Oh yeah, can I just say?
Yeah, Sky High is a fucking classic.
Oh, can I just say also Linda Carter looks really good for her age.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like 70 something now, right? She's in her 70s.
Yes. Oh my gosh, she's fantastic.
Yeah, and she still looks really good. So like,
good for her. Good for her.
Yeah.
You know who Linda Carter is, Colin?
Yeah.
Who is she?
She's Linda Carter.
Why is she done?
She's an American actress. She's Wonder Woman. That's
there
right.
We go.
You looked it up. I can
from the beginning. I knew that from the beginning. What are you talking about? I knew that from the beginning.
Sure.
No, I did. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure.
I knew that from the beginning. I knew that.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. She looks fantastic to this day. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she looks really good for her age. So.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Shout out to Linda Carter. Yeah. Overall, it's just a fun. You're basically watching a live action cartoon unfold before your eyes, and you're just having a fun time. And like, there's just some stuff now, looking back when you watch it, like it's honestly like when you ask like the questions, like when you're questioning like the world this like school takes place in, it just makes it more hilarious. Like like lines like, man, remember when we used to use real civilians? Like, like I love like dark humor like that. It's like, oh my goodness. So that was great. But yeah, but like it's again, it's like you're just watching like a Saturday morning cartoon as a live action movie. It's really fun. The whole like opening sequence with Kurt Russell and what's her name? Kelly Preston.
Yeah, Kelly Preston.
Yeah, Kelly Preston. When they're find a giant robot in front of the green screen, I was like, oh my gosh, this is just a tokusatsu. This is great. I love it. It's tokusatsu. It's like Super Sentai and Ultraman. Or I guess for you Americans, Power Rangers. Well, oh my kidding, I'm an American too. So yeah, so I was like, oh my gosh, this is just tokusatsu. It's great. So it's just a fun live action cartoon about superheroes, but that's just having fun. It makes jokes, but the best part though, but I think what really adds against to its charm is the fact that it makes all these jokes and stuff, but never at the expense of like mocking superheroes in general. It's you could tell they love superheroes.
Like, you know, because like, I mentioned Kim Possible, and it's like that's the strength of Kim Possible. Kim Possible is a was a show that multiple points, you know, it made fun of Draken. You know, Draken, he was always a victim of his own universe. But
F2. Ooh, retrieve a laser beam. Retrieve laser beam. You know, you don't have to announce what you read on the flashcards you wrote down for your plan. Note to self.
Commandment number 5. Do not read the billboards as we pass them.
Note to self. Tells Figo to zip it.
You can have Greenland. I want Iceland. Oh, the green one.
Green one? They're banging. They're banging. That's always funny. Yeah, Chico and Drek are like one of my favorite. It's like my favorite duo in that show. And it's really tough because I really, really do like Kim and Ron.
It's fun. It's really fun, man. I love it. But yeah, I love watching this. I love watching the Sky High. It was really fun. I had a great time with it.
Yeah, wait until somebody go on ahead and wait until you are forced to watch Zoom, then come back to me.
Is it really that bad?
Oh, it is. It is a trip.
Zoom. What is this? Let me look this up. Zoom.
Zoom Academic.
Academy for Superheroes.
Yeah.
Okay. Tim Allen. Well, no. It
Yeah.
No. Well, no. It can't be that bad. Let's go, Tim Allen.
Oh. I'm half tempted to donate $2
Wait. Chevy Chase. Damn. Damn. Never mind.
This is the Chevy Chase.
It's not so let me get this straight. It's not Tim Allen that makes you not want to watch the movie. It's fucking Chevy Chase.
Yes. I don't know, Brian. This timeline isn't so bad. And tonight's host, here's Chevy.
Chevy.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, we messed up bad, Brian. We messed up real bad.
Do you want to know the worst part?
What?
The reason I say that is because Chevy Chase barely has any kind of like part in the movie besides being a background character.
Oh, okay.
That possibly was the fault of Chevy Chase.
It's great. Yeah, so.
But yeah, like I said, watch Zoom and then get back to me.
Okay. I think I'll stick with Sky High. So.
Yeah, you're gonna want to do that.
Yeah. Sky High was really,
really fun. So that's all I gotta say. It's just a fun. It's a fun movie. All right, we had our fun. We spent almost. Oh my gosh, it's almost 3 hours now. We had 3 hours of fun. Now, this is what I advertised the show on. Here we go. Time to no longer have fun. We're not.
What are we talking about?
So Colin, I've recently come to love a game series called Yakuza, or now rebranded.
Oh yeah,
as,
I know Yakuza.
Or now rebranded now as the Like a Dragon game series. Thank you, not very cool. I think it's generally because of you that I really fall in love with Yakuza and Like a Dragon. So thank you, not.
Oh wait, is this about the TV show that came out? Is it not good?
I have thoughts. I have thoughts. Colin.
I have thoughts. Also.
I recall watching one of your streams where you were talking about being excited to watch it, so I'm assuming it didn't turn out.
I was optimistically cautious about the Like a Dragon series. Because for me, but Colin, all right, when it comes to like an Amazon television series adapting a game, the best, like the standard to me is Fallout, because I remember watching the Fallout series. Now, to be fair, I haven't played the Fallout games, but
they're great.
But I remember really heavily enjoying the Fallout series.
But like Changus, even though you haven't played the Fallout series, and this is really something that we can criticize this show for being this show is, even though like someone who's never seen Fallout watches the series, it's a great litmus test to what Fallout is. Like,
that's true.
It encapsulates everything about Fallout without having to play the games.
Mm-hmm. So even though I haven't played the games, I really love the Fallout series. So
you would enjoy the games too.
So
I have a feeling.
So like for me going into Like a Dragon Yakuza, I was like, Amazon series based off a video game, it's gotta like, the standard for me is Fallout. So it's gotta be like Fallout good, or I guess like the worst it could be is like how people talk about the Halo series. I still haven't seen the Halo series, but everything I hear about the Halo series is just, awful.
Yeah, Halo series is awful.
So
is it awful because the show? Wait, hold on. Is it awful because the show is awful, or is it awful because of the fact it doesn't adhere to the fucking?
We will get to that. We'll get to that.
Well, I know most people talk about Halo being like part of it is not adhering to the games, but I hear like it's also just not really a good show in general. So
yeah, it like even without adhering to the games, it's just a dumb show. Like the Halo show is just
okay.
Yeah. So
because like you can have like I still think that it's possible to have like a good television show, even if it's bad in terms of not adhering to the lore it's based off of.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, I get you.
No, not yet. No.
I'm pretty, because like, I mean, I've watched a few shows in my days that was like based off of a cartoon, and it just turned into live action, and like, while it wasn't like, loyal to the plot or the original content, it was still a good show on its own. Like, I'll be the first to say I didn't mind watching the live action Avatar, the show on Netflix, not the movie.
Okay.
I had to catch myself there.
All right. All right.
I had to catch myself there. I enjoyed the live action Avatar TV show, not the movie.
Okay. Good to know. So, yeah. So, oh no, what were you gonna say now?
I was gonna say so. Changes. This will be. I'm going to say something, and this will be the thesis of one of the theses of our conversation. You can call it perhaps the ship of thesis.
Okay.
As it were.
Okay. I'm listening.
How much changes can you replace into a work before it stops resembling the work it's based on?
Okay, that's a good question. That's interesting, cause yeah. So was so like some build up, right? So like was it like earlier this year? It was announced that they would have a live action TV series on Amazon Prime Video based off of the Like a Dragon game series, or more commonly known as the Yakuza series. And I'm a huge fan of the Yakuza series. I think all the games so far is really fun. I even like Yakuza 4, even if it kind of dropped the ball at the fourth at the finale. But I even love, dare I say, I love Yakuza 3, and that's the one a lot of people, kind of look back on like a black sheep. So, but I love Yakuza 3. So I was kind of very wary going into this, like, I don't know. And then news comes out, right? Where they said, or there was rumors coming out where it was said that either the cast or the people behind writing the show knew nothing about the original game series. And so that caused, some concern. Cause like, okay then. That's a little concerning, because we know now, like, the worst result that can happen with a mentality like that, which is the Halo series. And the Halo series is the Halo series. So I was really concerned. So a part of me goes, okay, if it's not, so right away, like, okay, so this is most likely very loosely adapted off of, like, the first Yakuza game story, but there's gonna be a lot of changes. But hopefully, these changes isn't gonna affect, the show, quality overall. And then recently, I ended up watching it, and it was a show, all right.
It was
so. Wait, like, initially I was skeptical, but then I was like, I wanted to give it a shot because I liked the comments that Ryoma Taguchi said, where he kind of came out and said, oh yeah, Cosmic Kiryu, he is a strong man who's who longs for love.
Yeah.
I'm like, that right there, that's
a great description of Kiryu.
I feel I feel confident that this is a man who wants to, this is a man who wants to stand by this character.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did a second interview where he said, oh yeah, I wanted to get the chance to sit down and play the video games. And then he said, but then the directors and the writers told me no.
Okay. So yeah, so that right there is like a sign of like. So yeah, but now that you've seen the show, would you agree it was a show?
If the only notable thing about this show, Cheng, is like, I agree with you, Cheng, is this is a show. The only notable thing about this show is that it's called Like a Dragon. It's never called Like a Dragon. It would have been just bottom of the barrel, like, forgotten. Because even with, you know, how much it strays from the source material, there's nothing there, like, there's nothing there in its originality that makes it seem unique or different or notable. It just exists.
Yeah. It's just kind of there. And honestly, I think that's worse, in my opinion, than like something like the Halo. At least like with the Halo series, there like people will talk, even though it's a terrible series, people will talk about it just because how much they hated. But like with something like this show, like it's just there. Like you watch it, and it's like, oh, okay. It's like I don't want to say it's like the same feeling I have like when I'm watching something like when I watch like Morbius or like Madam Web in like theaters, because like the internet was hyping up like, oh man, this is gonna be like, you know, a bad movie, but it's gonna be like an entertaining bad movie. But then after I watch those movies in theaters, I just come out just going, yeah, that was indeed a movie. That was a movie, alright. And so I don't want to say it's like that, but like by the end of, like, I don't think I'm gonna be thinking back on this show for quite a while. Like if someone mentions Like a Dragon, this show is not gonna be priority in my mind. I'm gonna go, oh, you mean like the games? Yeah, they're great. And it's gonna go, oh, but I'm talking about the show. Oh, that's right, they had a show. That's right. So, yeah. But I guess go more in depth. I will say I will say I don't think any of the actors did a bad job. I think everyone's doing the best they can with what they're working with. I do generally believe that Ryoma. I generally believe Ryoma Taguchi, my boy, Kamen Rider Drive, let's go. I generally believe he truly did want to do his best to as Kazuma Kiryu. I really do feel that, but he's just held back.
Like Chingus, I like this is a show that like I wouldn't call bad. I wouldn't bash and all that stuff, but there are times where I get frustrated watching it.
Yeah.
Because like quite literally, I hated when it went back to 1995. Because like a lot of like that is the bulk of a lot of the original material.
It is.
And like I said, the original material does not stand up on its own. And like, you know, I'm not a big fan with a lot of the characterization they decide to use. Like 2005, when it's 2005, and Ryoma acts a bit like, you know, Kiryu, you know, with the stern, like the, you know, the stern expression and the to the point attitude, like that you get the glimmer of just like, yeah, this man, you know, he's trying to capture this character. And for all the cast, they're not doing bad jobs.
No.
But the problem is they have to This is what they have to work with, and it feels like it feels wasted on them.
Yeah. It really does. But again, I don't think anyone did a bad job. Again, Ryoma. I talked about Ryoma. Was his Kento Kaku? I think that's how you pronounce his last name.
Yes.
He's playing Nishiki. I thought he did an okay job as Nishiki. I think like for what they were going for with him here, I think he did a good job. I think they're just gonna go for a lot of the actors here. Everyone did a really good job. They're just held back by what they're working with. I'll say this. Majima. It's so funny because like he was also on the forefront of advertisement. Because Majima's the other big character when it comes to the franchise. Everyone loves Majima. He's the crazy eye patch guy. Whoa! He's getting his own game next year. His own spin-off where he's a pirate. Whoa! Holy shit! He's a pirate now? Yeah! Everyone loves Majima. So it's so interesting that they were hyping him up as like, oh man, Majima's gonna be in the show. Oh, cool! Majima showed up for like 10 minutes total. He said Kiryu-chan once, and then got arrested.
Imagine wasting a man who was not only was he in the Roundup, like great movie. If you guys haven't seen the Roundup, it's great.
Oh yeah, I loved the Roundup.
Like he was in that. He was recently, like just last year, he was in one of the highest grossing films. Like Munetaka Aoki.
Yeah.
So one of the highest grossing films in Japan, Godzilla -1.
Yeah.
Like you take someone who is very high profile, and you just sort of waste him. Like
though I do kind of find it funny though, because I'm looking up. Apparently, he is also gonna show up next year in Pirate Yakuza. So I think that is kind of funny though that he will be showing up there.
I think maybe it was an agreement that hey, if you do the Yakuza show, would you like you do the Yakuza show and all that? Can we get you? Can we definitely get you for the spin-off?
Yeah. So I find that I do find that funny. But in the show itself though, like he's just there. He's just there. He shows up. Legit, he shows up just like for like 10 minutes. He says Kiryu-chan once in the final episode, and then bounces.
You know what's one of the worst things about this, Chingus? No character in the show gets a proper introduction. It's funny that there are problems that this show kind of deals with that the games didn't deal with, because they kind of understood, hey, to make sure that this works properly, you need to set things up, and like a new character will just pop up and you don't even know their name yet. So they're just Randy in your mind, like Shibusawa.
Yeah, that's right. I was like, this guy just shows up. He's hanging around with Kiryu and Nishiki, and then just out of nowhere they just name drop Shibusawa, and I'm like I just do like a spit take, like what?
Like yeah, there's like Shibusawa. There's another guy who's just named Owano. So it's like the lieutenants are there. They're not given attention though. They're not built up to be a big thing because the show just treats them as like fodder. Shibusawa is brought up, and he's kind of sort of important because he works alongside Kiryu on trying to. Oh yeah, the stupid way they the stupid like remake of Zero where.
Where they're trying to get the deed to the land and all that.
Yeah, the deed to the land. It's like Chang, this is an out of the way question, but I feel like I should ask you. When you think of like a dragon, what are sort of like the keywords that you think of? Like
keywords when I just hear like a dragon?
Yeah, like just without describing, giving a description, just like what are sort of like phrases that come to your head when you say
it's those phrases. I think serious, but like wacky at the same time, but like never once, but like even though like those are like two clashing like tones, never once do they ever like get in the way of each other.
So one of the problems that this show has is they're like kind of like so the game does have points like in karaoke and like in a lot of side quests and the sub stories and the mini games, that they provide levity because it was a way for the team to go, well, we don't want to drown the player in just nonstop like tension and like nonstop tension.
But even then, like a lot of the recent games have found great ways to like just add levity in the main story as well.
Nearly all the games do that, Chance. When you kind of sit back to think about like all the games have a form of levity. Like it's often a part where like a character can just get introduced in a very like take a dang, I don't know why I'm blanking out on the name.
Who are you thinking of?
Sky Finance.
Akiyama?
Akiyama, yeah, take Akiyama. Akiyama's entire introduction is he's a like lay back to a fault guy who doesn't want to do like collections even though it's his company. And he walks into this building that's owned by a Yakuza family, and he just makes himself at home because it's a clever way to show you that hey, he knows these people well, so that he can act this way, and they owe him more than he owes them. So when he's doing all those mannerisms, like when he's walking out the door and he pops his head back in just to yell at the patriarch who he knew was in the building despite them going, no, he left, he went out, he got some smokes. It's like he knows he's there. He just understands patriarch doesn't want to see him right now.
Yeah.
So like you get that very lighthearted and funny moment. And this like Yakuza has always been, Like a Dragon has always been great at doing that. And the problem you have with the show is it wants to kind of capture that there is that those lighthearted moments and jokes that it try to do. But the problem with the series is it maintains one tone throughout all the episodes. Just bone dried, grounded, and so whenever there is a time, whenever there's a moment for a joke, the joke just happens. There is no setup for them. There's the moment that pops into my head the more I think about it, because it's the moment that I kind of stared at the screen in disbelief. When they find it's like Edgar something, I forgot his last name.
American dude.
He's not a character. He's a plot device.
American dude.
American man. When they find his body in the stall, and I guess the setup to the joke is that Shibusawa needed to go use the urinal because Shibusawa needed to go use the urinal because he drank he drank in the office that I don't know if he said he described it as as like something that
it was something that gave him luck.
Something that gave him luck, when they find the body, they find the body, and I just there's an amount of things that this series just does really substandard. The cinematography in this series is just terrible. Because there's the moment where they introduce one of the victims of the demon of Shinjuku, and that's Edgar, and that's American Man, and so they find his stall in the they find his body in the stall, and the lighting in the bathroom is terrible, so you don't get a good look at the body. It's shot at such an awkward angle, so you when you're staring at it at first, you're not quite sure, it doesn't quite click with you, and then it cuts away at the last second, so it quite literally just felt like it cut away
from a random body. It's what the fuck was that all about? And then you piece together, oh, that was the American guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. That was the American guy. And then Shibusawa then goes to use the urinal, and there's no moment where there's no moment where Kiryu and Nishiyama kind of break the tension by kind of asking Shibusawa, what is he doing? They're off. They're kind of lost in their own little world, and then Shibusawa kind of he does this whole big monologue to himself, where he's he's partly using the urinal because he needs to release, but also it's because it's his way of not looking at the body. But the joke is not funny because there's no setup to it.
It honestly didn't even register to me that was supposed to be a joke.
Exactly. There are jokes in this series that I'm like, wait, that's supposed to be an attempt at humor, and it just doesn't register because the tone doesn't change, and there's no setup for any of it. So characterization is not the best.
Nah, not really. I was gonna say, I think also like, speaking of the whole like 1995 stuff, like that takes up like the bulk of the series. I don't know. I guess a part of me kind of wishes they just either just stuck to only 2005, just to 1 year, instead of just jumping back and forth. Like if they're gonna do the bulk of the show in 1995, which is leading up, which is basically Kiryu and Nishiki's early days in I don't. Do they even name drop the Tojo clan?
They name drop the Tojo clan, but like if you don't know any better, you quite literally just believe that the Dojima family is the only thing that kind of matters, because they're the only one who kind of gets prominence. Because again, Chingus, no one gets introduced in this series, so you don't know who any of these characters are. Like this is a thing that the games didn't have a problem with, because they all had
they got those big title card whenever they introduce someone new. That's important.
Yeah. Like you get their name if they're part of the Yakuza. You get their rank within a family, within the organization itself, and like it works because you finally know what their name is, and you know that they are a major player in this. In the work.
Who's that guy? And then you get the big card, bomb. It's Shintaro Kazuma. And then you got a little title underneath, patriarch of the of the Kazuma family. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like that doesn't happen. So like, there's that entire scene where they're at the 3-year anniversary of the 30-year anniversary of one of the one of the demon of Shinjuku's victims, who was obviously a member of the Tojo clan, and so they go out to pay respects. And
that was what was going on?
That was what was going on. That was what
So when I was watching that scene initially, before they introduced like the head honcho, who I don't even remember if they even name dropped who he was. Was that supposed to be Sarah?
That was supposed to be Sarah.
Did they ever name him?
No.
Wow. So like they're all dressed up in black and like, oh, so this is like the funeral like in the original. Oh, so like I guess Sarah's dead. They didn't tell me Sarah died, but okay, he's dead. And then there he is walking around. I was like, who is that guy? Is that Sarah?
Like that's Sarah, just like feeding the koi. He's delivering exposition to Nishiki of like, hey, the Omi's really mad at us. The Omi can't prove at all that we are related to the theft of the 10 billion, but like they're so mad at us because they don't need a reason, I guess. So we need to figure out a way to keep this from going to war. And Chingus, the guy right next to Nishiki who is kind of shit talking to him, that was Shimano.
Yeah. When they named dropped Shimano, and that was another moment where I was like, that's like another spit take. I'm like, I'm sorry, that's Shimano? What? Because Shimano, like in the games, like he's recognizable. He's the big bald dude. Oh my gosh, he looks like he could just crush me in his arms. Gosh. like with the suit, he's a big dude. Like with the suit on, you kind of think like, oh, is he like a fat guy? But then you take his shirt off, like, oh no, he's like a hippo. Oh, that's not fat. That's just all muscle. Oh gosh, he could kill me.
I understand that they couldn't try to replicate a lot of like the fantastic the fantastic realism that Yakuza likes to do, where obviously where like you have a character who looks so unique because they thought to themselves, hey, this character can look like Japanese or Asian or whatnot, but he can also have a distinct style to him. Like Shimano looks unique for a mob boss because he was partly because on the PS2 you can't make photorealistic faces, but even that's not a thing anymore. Like RGG in general, unless it's like a famous actor, they don't try to capture like the appearance of a real life person. They just try to make that character look unique and recognizable. I mentioned this with Ichiban, where Ichiban as a character, he has such a unique design. He has such big eyes.
The big perm going on.
It's like the big perm going on. He is someone who is too fantastic to be a real life person, but he's grounded in that realism, in that photorealism that they know that they can capture well.
Yeah.
So I get that the series can't be one-to-one with a lot of like how their characters look, but the series is really lazy when it comes to giving recognizable traits to a lot of its character. Like the only thing they really have for Majima and Saejima is one has like a short bob cut, and the other has long hair.
Yeah.
For Shimano, it's he's not wearing it. Like, I kind of understand he's in a funeral, so he can't wear his
He just like shave his head or put on a ball cap.
Yeah, he's not bald. He's not bald, and he feels a lot less intimidating than the other characters around him. And he's in this. Even outside of the funeral, he's in this black suit the entire way.
I mean, like, I don't mind the black suit, but like, well, like, Nishiki, like, with the black suit, I think I'm okay with, like, but like, someone like, someone like, you name drop someone like, oh, Shimano. It's like, that's Shimano? Whoa. It kind of might. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about it. Kind of reminds me a bit. This Reich. This Reich, I'm gonna have to make everything about Transformers. it kind of reminds me of how like a lot of Transformers movies, they just like give like these recognizable names to all these robots that no one really recognizes. That guy who turns into a Ferrari, that's Mirage. What? Yeah, that's Mirage. Oh, okay. Or like Wheeljack, you looking like fucking disgusting ass Albert Einstein. But like, so like like it kind of reminds me of that with Transformers, because like like these debates and all that, like they happen because like you have these recognizable names, and these names are normally attached to a very recognizable appearance. So if you're just gonna name drop that one dude, Shibusawa. Like Shibusawa's a huge deal. Like but I think also okay, you're not gonna make them look like the character and all that. Okay, fine. I'm used to that. I've seen the Transformers movies. I'm used to it by now. But like okay, you're gonna disguise Shibusawa. Okay, fine. All right. I'll work with it. I'll try to work with it. But then he turns out to be kind of a useless character. It's like, well, I just feel like to me it's like, oh, now this really is like the Transformers movies where, oh, not only did you waste a name, you wasted the character. Like Shimano, he's like a hollow version of what he was in the game. Like, it's not to feel like in the first Yakuza game, Shimano wasn't all that. The most notable part besides appearance was he's the guy who's pulling a Mac. He's playing both sides so he can end up on top.
Like Shimano was a he didn't have the most fleshing out in the original story. He was a very he was a unique sort of boss battle because he was that brawny type of guy. But like I like the problem here, Chingus, is this game at no point tries to the show at no point tries to because it doesn't try to stick to any form of canon. It doesn't try to expand on any of these characters. It just uses a different characterization and just goes, okay, this is our our thing now. But but then you kind of think back at it and you're like, but what we had before was better, because like sure you can argue that this character didn't have this character wasn't the most fleshed out, but they were recognizable, they were memorable. These not only are these people now like, not only are these guys kind of made plain, they're less fleshed out than the characters in the games.
Yeah. So yeah, but let me see. Who's another? Oh, Date. That's another nothing burger. He's there just to be, hey guys, we got Date.
This adaptation is just the worst Chingas, because none of the characters who are outside of like Nishiki and maybe Yumi, none of the characters. Yeah, Yumi. Outside of them, because they're supposed to be important for the 95, like, because this series, Chingus. I need to drop this bomb now.
Okay.
It is the thing that makes the most sense. This wasn't a Japanese production, Chingus. This was an American production.
Ah, okay.
This
Okay.
like they got Japanese actors for this show.
Mm-hmm.
This is produced by Amazon MGM Studios. This is produced by 7 different American studios. The only reason I can think that is the case is because Sega was so confident in the Sonic movies.
Oh.
They think, American filmmakers, they can understand this, they get this.
Yeah, we're getting Sonic 3 this year. We're eating good. You know what? Here, you guys get. You know what? Here, we'll let you guys have another or one of our properties you can mess around with. Here's Like a Dragon.
It's like, how can you just go around and make mid? James, and the worst part about this is like the more and more like when you recognize that this is an American production, you feel like the American trauma-isms is in it. As a show in the modern day, it can't focus on one thing. It's ADHD. It has to focus on many different side plots. The reason why it jumps back between 1995 and 2005, and they're building this up. It's building this up, Chingus, but we're not gonna get the payoff until the next season.
Did they greenlight a season 2?
Most likely, yes. Because knowing shows like these, they always get a season 2, whether or not it is successful, because they've already invested in 2 seasons.
Okay.
So this show is built up with the assumption that it's going to get another season. So you keep getting the characters going, okay, I'm gonna plan this, I'm going to make sure I carefully craft this all together, because I'm going to soon spring out my plan. And my plan is totally gonna work, guys. It won't blow up on my face like it eventually will. Changus, Game of Thrones and its consequences has been a disaster for American television.
Okay.
Oh dear, you guys are talking about season 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
This entire show feels like it's written off that backbone of okay, everyone gets their own subplot, even though just keep it to one person, like the game did. Keep it Kiryu because he's the most important character, and just like how Kiwami, where we flash back to 1995, but it was always just the prologue to each chapter. It was to set up
it was to help set up Nishiki's downfall.
Yeah, it was helped set up Nishiki's downfall, but then it was in short bursts and it was cut up between all the chapters. The problem is an episode would start off in 2005 and it will just jump to 1995.
Yeah. And we'll spend most of the time in 1995.
Exactly. We would spend the whole time in 1995. And you get a sense that you know what's going to happen, because this is an adaptation where they tried to please both fans and newcomers. They kind of failed because fans can kind of guess what's going to happen. Like they're building, Chinese, they're building up the whole Oyagoshi thing with Kiryu, but that like Nishi, they're gonna suddenly reveal later that Nishiki was the one who killed Sohei. Like that's a big twist.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to build that up like it's some big plot point that they're gonna later reveal, but anyone who's played the games already knows what happened because it wasn't a twist.
That was the thing that set up the whole game.
Yeah. So like that's built up to newcomers, but like a newcomer will be disappointed because they can kind of guess that, considering how Nishiki is acting throughout the entire show. Ishiyama in 2005, he's not a very trustworthy person.
Yeah.
So like you get the sense that he might have been the one to do this whole thing. Like I went off in this whole tangent changes. I forgot to actually say what my point was originally. Like you mentioned Date. Like
he's just there.
Date and Haruka just there.
Oh, Haruka, that's right. That's right. Haruka's just there. That's right. Guys, we got Haruka. But we got Haruka from Haruka from the game. We got her. Are you happy?
She's Chingus. They might as well just call her Hino. Haruka and name only. Because I understand, like, children actors and all, but like, this isn't Haruka. Haruka didn't act like normal children because she's supposed to be comparable to Kiryu. She's supposed to have sort of a more adult way of viewing things because you can kind of tell that she's been in this crime world for longer than she lets on.
You find her in a shot up bar where everyone's dead.
Yes. Like it made more sense that considering Aiko is a different person and she was raising Haruka, that it made more sense that it would make more sense that Haruka being the way she is in the games in the show because she's just surrounded by criminals. So she's just there's that sad revelation that Haruka's grown up at such a young age. And it was only with Kiryu was she allowed to have a normal life.
Yeah.
But here, she's just an afterthought, and she's kind of just like a bratty kid who's just there, like Dante. She's just there, and it makes no sense because in the games that this series is trying to adapt, they are the linchpins to Kiryu's character. They quite literally they're after everything is said and done in the final moments of the game, they're the only ones standing next to him.
Q straight up said, like, after the events of the first game, it's like, Date, man, just turn me in, or I might as well just kill myself. I got nothing to live for. It's like, no, you got Haruka right there. But, like, Haruka was like, Haruka was like the heart of the story. Like you grew to care for Haruka, and so like when Kiryu's at his lowest, you like when Date says, there's Haruka, you're like, yeah, there's Haruka, she's great. But in here, she's here, all right. She's in the show, all right, because a lot of like her stuff is kind of pushed off, is just taken off of her, because Haruka, just stand aside here. We're gonna both take all your stuff and slap it onto Yumi, but at the same time not really.
This is another problem Genghis at the game didn't have, because it didn't ran into this problem. Haruka was important not only because the locket she held contained the key to getting the $10 billion, the 10 billion yen. She also kind of knew where it was. So like not having her have the MacGuffin and having the knowledge that she did, where the money could possibly be, you ran into the problem where Kiryu and Yumi are just going around like chickens.
Yes, like, and it definitely doesn't help when you're just cutting all the time back to 1995, because every time you cut back to 2005, like, oh, episode's almost over, so Kiryu and Yumi just floundering around, going, okay, where do we go next? Story, help us out. Where do we go next? Also, Yumi's useless.
She is. Like
throughout the whole show, I just kept asking, why is Yumi here?
She's there, Changus, because this is an American production, and we need to give useless plots to women characters, because that's how we view, that's because we view any other plot as lesser than, as making them seem like damsels, or
looks like Yumi's whole all there because, well, not even. I was actually a lot of plot actually also just lies on her sister Akiko.
Yeah.
So why is Yumi there?
Yumi's there because because Haruka has no importance on the plot. Yumi's there because they constantly need to worry about what the hell Aiko is doing. Like we know that like quite literally this series is bad at hiding things, because from the first episode that Aiko not only stole the 10 billion yen, she is the demon of Shinjuku.
Well, that's what they were setting up.
Yeah.
But like honestly, I thought in my mind was like, why not just get rid of Akiko, just have Yumi take her place, because then at least Yumi would have something to do that's important to the plot.
This entire adaptation could just work. And they didn't throw away anything from the original game and just expanded on things.
Oh! What?
Sorry. Sorry, for some reason my Discord glitched.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry.
It's fine. But yeah, like, Yumi's just there. Like you said, Not. I can't help but like just feels like, oh, you know, in the original game, you know, Yumi, she died. She wasn't really that important, so we gotta give her something to do. But like in this attempt to give her something to do, she's made even more useless.
Yumi was in the background. She was.
Imagine originally being useless and then made useless.
Like Yumi wasn't.
Yumi wasn't useless.
Yumi wasn't useless. She, like her. Wait, hey.
That's what I was getting from the context. My bad.
No. Maybe that's my bad for it. I was trying to say like the people who made the show probably thought that Yumi was useless in the original game. So like, oh, we gotta change that. We gotta give her something to do. But then she ends up actually being useless.
She was the linchpin. You know, she was the linchpin of screwing over Jingu. Much as I don't like Jingu. Like, you know, Nishiki, even though he was the antagonist, he in some way he and Sarah were trying to screw over Jingu.
Mm-hmm.
Jingu obviously wanted to you know, blackmail them to use the Tojo clan as a puppet.
Yeah.
But Nishiki, you know, Nishiki and Sarah were using Yumi as a way to screw over Jingu.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jingu kept focusing on the money, but he didn't focus on the two most important women in his life.
Mm-hmm.
So like using both Yumi and Haruka, they were able to keep like the $10 billion out of his grasp. And obviously, you know, Nishiki betrayed Sarah, because he wanted control
of Tojo.
Of Tojo.
Yeah.
But you know, her entire thing was setting up the lie with Aiko.
Mm-hmm.
You know, setting up all the red herrings.
Wait, what's your favorite one, Chelsea? If you're still listening.
It's sad to think that like that great subplot in the original game where Kiryu finds out what happened to the girl who they had to kill to fake Aiko's body.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened to her, and he's left out into the cold and kind of wondering, like, you know, how many people had to be in the crossfire for this entire, you know, for this squabbling to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the squabbling between a corrupt politician and this Yakuza family. Innocent people were in the crossfire.
Yeah.
And I gave him thought. You know, like something that's, you know, very, very mature and very, very thought provoking. It's just kind of gone because Aiko is not just a, you know, persona that was created to mislead Jingu. She's just a separate character whose motivation throughout the entire show is I deserve better.
Yeah. Yeah. So Yumi was absolutely useless. And then we talking about a bit about Akiko, how she was being set up
But then they dropped that. Because... Whoa! Nishiki's the demon! Oh, holy shit, not! Plot twist!
Makes no sense.
So, when they revealed that, in my mind, I honestly went... Well, because in my mind, when it was revealed Nishiki was the demon, then that just means, oh. So Aiko was useless as well.
You know what would have been more clever, Chingas? The former Omi guy who was Aiko's former boyfriend. He was the demon.
Yeah.
And Aiko had to assume that role because he was going to bring her down with him. And so she had to continue the killings, which is what in a way Dante could bring in Kiryu for that because he was he found one of the bodies, so he is the most he is someone who the closest to to the demon of Shinjuku. But no, we have a stupid twist for the sake of a stupid twist.
Oh my gosh, he's the demon. Whoa. In my mind, I was gonna go, if you're gonna make Nishiki the demon, then you're gonna have to then rewrite the whole thing, get rid of Akiko, and Yumi, she's even more useless. Get her out of there, and hers to say, but by extension, also get rid of Haruka's ass. She's useless, and just have everything, and then have everything set up to have everything set up. Oh, there we go. So this is all Nishiki's doing. Ooh, and then I guess maybe it wouldn't be so much like a mystery thing, more like it would be kind of like you could tell Nishiki is the demon, but you're kind of just waiting for the point that Kiryu learns. It's like, yeah, that's right, you're birth's demon and all that. And it's like, and then you have to rewrite the whole thing, because what was the point of Nishiki being a demon? Other than plot twist.
The point was Nishiki is eliminating competition, but they tie it back to Nishiki. Nishiki obviously knows where the 10 billion yen is. But again, this makes no sense because you're telling me that Nishiki was killing people back in '95, back when he was just an underling in the Dojima family.
Wait, did they say that the demon killing started all the way back then?
Yeah, remember Chingus?
I thought they said the killing started around after Dojima's death.
So Chingus, this is another fault of the show. We're gonna go back to that bathroom in '95.
Okay, but I didn't. No way did I ever think that was the demon killing the American guy.
Because Chingus, they set it up with the demon's calling card is they put a pentagram.
Not that dog shit lighting in the bathroom. I could not see the damn pentagram on the American dude's chest.
Exactly. The cinematography in the show is awful.
So because of that, never once until just now that was supposed to be the demon's killing. I thought that was because at the same time, right? They also show Majima and Saejima entered the building just like a couple minutes ago. So in my mind, I thought, oh, this is their doing.
That was an obvious red herring. Wanted you to believe that Saejima and Majima got to Edgar first. But no, because
Again, not I with that dog shit lighting, I couldn't see the damn pentagram. So yeah, now that you mentioned that, yeah, no way is Nishiki the fucking demon. That's stupid. That's stupid.
So they're leading us to believe that Nishiki killed Edgar. He made it up as some sort of like serial killing, so he can hide the body. And then for some reason, he just decided to keep being a serial killer.
Why? It is actually stupid. That's actually stupid. I just don't understand. So, but hey, Nishiki's the demon, and then he and Kiryu fight and all that.
Oh, Chinggis, you know who is also another useless female character in this show?
Who?
Miho.
Oh, Nishiki's sister. That's her sole purpose in the show was just to die.
To die. They set up entire scenes where they try to get you to like her because you know that they're going to try to kill her.
Yeah. Because her death was like because like her death, but at the same time though, her death wasn't the cause for Nishiki to go down the path. That was just the camel that broke the sprout. That was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
It was the strain that put him under pressure because because once he got his own family, which I want to mention that like in this series, Nishiyama isn't good enough to have his own family. He has to be.
He took over the Dojima family.
He's the second fiddle of a dead guy's family. Like how?
He didn't even get his own family.
Yeah, like the pressure of running the family, trying to make enough money to pay for her treatment, and all the jackasses who served him who constantly kept going. If Kiryu was here, X, Y, and Z. A lot of things led to his bad day happening.
Kashiwagi had a brain fart moment there. Like I love Kashiwagi, but he had a brain fart moment there. It was like, oh, if only Kiryu was here. It's like, God damn it, Kashiwagi! Now's not the time to start to be an Asian parent. Start comparing him. So, yeah, like, but Miho here, but okay, but at the same time, so,
like the problem is Chinggis outside of like Kiryu and Nishiki, no one has a relationship in this show. They're all just people who kind of know each other. Like there's fewer scenes of Nishikiyama, bonding with his sister, walking with her, kind of talking to her about how, hey, this is how many years since mom and dad passed away. I Miho, could be like, I feel so bad because you've done this whole, you joined the
Yakuza.
The Yakuza with Kiryu to make amends for our screw up. And Nishiki, he can feel anxious, but you can have this where Nishiki always puts on like this strong and brave face for her because he loves his sister.
Yeah.
Like, wonder until they like, not until they get to the to the moment where she's almost dying in that bed. Half the time it feels like Nishiki doesn't even care about her.
Cause Miho's there to tag along with Yumi and her whole shit going on with her useless ass sister.
Yeah.
Miho is absolutely useless. She's just there to die, and her death is, what sets up, and it's was it they change, and they make it so that Miho's death is the one that causes Nishiki to kill Dojima. Which, okay, I'm like, well, cause they're also trying to do like the whole like, oh, Miho's death is also what causes the tension between Nishiki and Kiryu going forward, which is interesting. Like, cause like in the original game, the tension between the two is how after being away for so long, Kiryu comes back and he finds out that the guy he once knew is just no more. He's completely he's replaced by some completely different person. It's like, what the hell? What happened? During 10 years.
Chingus. Can we talk about Kiryu being jabronied?
Jabronied.
So in this show, Kazuma Kiryu, not only is he becomes a Yakuza for the first time in 1995, so about the same year he goes to jail. The same year he goes to jail, he's a nobody punk. So him coming out is not significant. He's just a nobody punk going into jail as he was going out of jail.
But it's Kiryu though, not so like. When he got out, like the whole world has just to pretend that he was a big deal because it's Kiryu. He's the dragon of Dojima.
But Chingus, he's not the dragon of Dojima.
his bum ass dad's the dragon. Oh, okay. I gotta talk about that now, because that alone was the first sign that was like, okay, this is very different. But it should have been like the first warning sign. But to me, it was like, okay, this is the first sign. This is gonna be very different. I'm gonna try to work with it, but this is very different. The Dragon of Dojima is just some fuck ass title. The tattoo's not even his. His iconic tattoo. That's like. Like when people think of Yakuza or like a dragon, like they think of his damn dragon on his back. That's not even his tattoo. That's not his dragon. That's not even his. It's so like. Why the fuck is he the dragon of Dojima? What the
Kiryu is reduced to just wanting to be a bum fighter in a goddamn like run down apartment store, like fighting nobodies.
I get like you can't, you know, like you're not gonna just have like, you know, this Coliseum cage fight like you do in like the games, right? Like, but like that's the sole purpose of the Dragon of Dojima, to be some bumfuck cage fighter.
Genius, the they don't even need to do something like stupendously grand.
Mm-hmm.
And like make like this whole big cage. Like Purgatory could have been made realistically. They just didn't want to make it. Like they could have had like a closed down
Doesn't Japan have like some like MMA fighter like arena shit like that?
Exactly.
Like what's stopping from like saying like, oh, Dojima just like rented out the place for the night just for these underground fights.
Like I don't like I really hate what happened to the Florist of Sai, but we'll get to him.
Oh.
We could exactly Chings. You could Chingus, this also brings me up to another good point. Like Kamurocho is nothing in this thing. Like Kamurocho is a backdrop that is just there. Like imagine
on the surface, aesthetically, it well, like certain shots, certain places aesthetically, it does like, oh yeah, that kind of looks like how it was in the game. But like,
Genghis, they actually shot in Shinjuku in Kabukicho.
They did.
They did. That was the actual theater plaza, theater square. And they had the opportunity in I think like the posters in the background was they CGI'd them because like it's pretty hard to tell a city, hey, can you try to put up like posters from this time period for this scene, but like no like the thing is they actually shot in parts of Kabukicho.
Is the cinematography just that dog shit?
It is.
Oh my god. Well, you know what it is? They got like the aesthetic down because like they're filming on location, but the city feels dead. It feels dead. Cause like this is the nightlife district. This is where excitement happens, for better or worse. Like one thing I love about the games is how they do their best to make the city feel alive. Like there's like it's not just only just NPCs walking around, but like there's like all sorts of stuff going on. Like you got like a trash like Yakuza 0, like you get like trash littered all over. Like you got like you got trash littered all over the place. You got like like these signs and stuff. You got
people like handing you napkins. You got like, some NPCs are walking around, drunk.
Yeah. Like they do their best to make the city feel alive, but here the city feels dead. Like I understand that like you're like there's only so much you can do, but like this is the nightlife district. Where's I guess they weren't filming at night, were they? For a lost. Well, no, they filmed 1995 was the time where they really put a lot of emphasis on, and I think that's where the city feels the most alive. But even then, But like in 2005, like a lot of stuff is just shot in daytime, and it's just like, where the fuck is everyone? Where is everyone? Like, it's a dead city. And also, like, I know that, like, you know, the Like a Dragon Yakuza, like, they're known for like a lot of fantastical stuff that's grounded in realism. Like in Yakuza 2, they had that like stupid golden castle, but I call it stupid, but like it was honestly one of the highlights of the game. I love the golden castle. So like they got like all this stuff. I know like you got like fantastical stuff, but like I gotta say, what a weird redesign for the Millennium Tower.
Millennium Tower looks awful. Like,
what a weird design.
It doesn't look like a normal building, you know, like because Ching is the reason the Millennium Tower is the most recognizable is because it's the tallest building in all of Kamurocho. Every time you enter Kamurocho, the first thing you will see before the red gate, you know, the red torii gate, is the Millennium Tower, because it reaches the heavens. So like you know, it and alongside, and then eventually later the Kamuro Hills, you know, they are the largest building, and not only are they the largest building in Kamurocho Chingas, they are metaphors for the Yakuza's hold on Kamurocho. Because they, you know, because obviously, you know, with Zero, Kamura, like you saw how the Yakuza's been scrambling to try to get the plot of land to eventually build something there, and then they pulled their cash together to create the Millennium Tower.
Right.
And then obviously with Majima, he helped build Kamurocho Hills.
Yeah.
It's like it's two giant buildings that represent how the mob will always influence this city one way or another. You can't separate the Yakuza from Kamurocho. They are a fixture of the city.
Right.
Like Ching is like there's a lot, like Kamurocho maintained that there's a lot of empty buildings, and like empty or hell, it doesn't need to be empty, like you said, Ching, is like to show how powerful Dojima could be. Dojima could just rent out a stadium, and just have illegal fights there that the rich bet on. You could totally have that happen, and you can essentially explain it as Purgatory is not necessarily just one area. Purgatory is the underbelly of Kamurocho.
It's a whole system.
Yes.
Honestly, that would make Purgatory even more like. Honestly, I feel like that would make it even more powerful. Like, it's not just, you know, one location that you gotta like hide this location from. Like, it coexists. You just don't know it. Like that would be a really powerful way to show the underground nature of the city. But
no, Kiryu needs to be like a some kind of cage fighter fighting losers, and with his tattoo that's not even his, and his and his title that's not even his.
It's not even his. It belongs to his bumfuck dad. Did they ever show Cosmo's tattoo in the game?
No.
No?
No. Like Cosmo never really showed his tattoo because he never really needed to, because he like Dojima and Zero commit so much respect that they're above showboating. They are constant, they are constant people who, once they walk into a room, everyone just shuts up because they hold so much sway within the company. They don't need to be flashy. So like you never really need to see their tattoos.
Okay.
But no, like it's goddamn stupid.
See, his daddy's the dragon of Dojima. Is it like I know like even the games, like I know like after Ishin, like you said, like in 6, like there's even a point where they mention like how like as time goes on, like tattoos become less important and all that. But like, was the whole point of the tattoos like they were personal to each person who bore it? Like no tattoo was ever the same.
Yes, like you would see a ton of dragons. Dragons changes because a dragon in like Chinese and Japanese mythology is
right, but no dragon is ever the same.
No dragon is ever the same.
Like Kiryu's dragon tattoo is his alone. You could get something kind of similar, but it's never gonna be the same. But then Kiryu just has his dad's tattoo.
I also want to mention, because we did mention the underworld. I want to mention like kind of like how all the characters in this show are like don't have their original characterization. The Florist of Sai. The Florist of Sai was the Bowery King before the Bowery King. He was this man who he acted grandly. He acted like sort of a king, a king to the homeless. He acted grandly, and he constantly had a network of people, monitoring everything. And that's how he sold his trade. But the Bowery King, the Florist of Sai, his enjoyment came from how good he was at his work. He was just that good at getting information and getting things to people that half the time he didn't even need. Half the time, if you were like Kiryu or like Saijima, he didn't even ask you for money. He was like, "No, I want a favor from you because I am the guy who could demand a favor from even the Dragon of Dojima."
Yeah.
Here he's just some cackling,
He's a lackey.
Yeah, he's a lackey.
I did not enjoy the Florist of Sai here. Cause again, I was expecting, deviations and changes, but I think again, like you said earlier, the problem is what we got before you changed it was better. So so I just don't enjoy the changes they made. Because sometimes the changes are just not that good, and sometimes they're just stupid, or at worst, absolutely useless. Like Yumi change, useless, absolutely useless. What is the point of her existing? And like the Force of Psy is more of a that's a stupid change. Cause like you got a name. You gave this guy the name Flores of Psy, but then like what happens is like I still remember watching that episode, and then like Dojima just goes, flowers, I like these flowers, I'm gonna call you the Florist of Psy. And I actually like had to pause and just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna need a moment to register that. And yeah, what even was his purpose? What was the Florist's purpose?
He was there to because they wrote themselves into a corner, and they needed to point Kiryu and Yumi into the right direction.
Actually useless.
It's like it made no sense as to why he his demand to Kiryu. It's like if he wanted Kiryu to fight in the arena, because again, the Florist of Psy, like he was a grand man who like kind of lived like a king among the homeless. But he never really, he never was really boastful about it. He just knew that, hey, you're going to do things for me because I am the only one in this town who got the information that everyone needs. He demanded that respect because of his whole wheelhouse. But here, again, like you said, Ching, he's a cackling lackey.
Yeah. I just don't like it. So, yeah, like a lot of these changes are just useless or stupid. And I like, cause like I'm not opposed to like deviations. Funny enough, I got a feeling way earlier towards the beginning of the show when I was talking with Ninjato and Mastic, we were kind of talking about adaptations and stuff, and like. I guess that should have been like foreshadowing of like what was to come, because like I was mentioning how like I'm not opposed to deviations when it comes to adaptations, like because we were talking about like adapting like historical stories and stuff. Like I don't want to get too into depths of it. Like I'm not opposed to deviations, but like when those deviations are just useless or stupid. Or then it's like I just don't care for it, and I'm used to deviations. How many Transformers movies are there now? Like I've seen all of the Transformers movies, live action and all. So like I'm used to changes and all that. So I'm used to it, but like this kind of applies to Transformers a bit as well. But like the reason why so many people like complain about like changes and stuff to like a character design or like a name, etc., is because, you know, sometimes those complaints are fair, sometimes they're not, but like it's because like, you know, like those like what you're changing, you're changing something that most people recognize. It's like if you're gonna have a deviation, you're gonna change something, it's gotta be something that I was saying this as earlier with John and Mash, like these changes and deviations gotta be there to help enhance like what the, you know, the thing you're doing. Like you okay, like the Transformers example. Okay, this Steve Urkel guy is gonna be named Wheeljack in Rise of the Beast. People will have a complaint about design and all that. Okay, fine. You're gonna change it. Okay, I'll tolerate that. But then when you see the movie and he's
specifically called Steve Urkel.
He does. He looks like Steve Urkel with the suspenders and glasses and all that.
I'm laughing. It's the first time I've heard anybody refer to him as that.
But like, okay, you're gonna make Wheeljack Robot Steve Urkel. Okay, I'm not a big fan of the change. I like his original design better. But all right, I'll try to work with it. But then in the movie, what the fuck was he even calling him Wheeljack? He was absolutely useless. He was a nothing burger. And then like here, like, oh, this guy's gonna be the florist of Psy. Okay. And he's a nothing burger. We're gonna have Yumi more proactive in the show. Okay. And she's a nothing burger. She's useless. She's absolutely useless. We got Miho part of main crew in 1995, and she's useless. Like a lot of these changes are just, I'm being a broken record. A lot of these changes, deviations, I'm not opposed to deviations, but these deviations are just either stupid or useless. And honestly, I'll take stupid over useless, in my opinion. So, oh, I never got to mention this earlier. I kind of name dropped him, but Saejima died. He's dead.
He's dead. Saejima came in. He got shot. He said a few lines, and then that's it.
And that's it.
He's
dead.
Important character in the series.
He's just dead.
Just dead.
And the thing is, his death, and his death was absolutely did not mean anything to Majima either. Like, what was the point of Saejima dying? How to because like Saejima's such a big character in the franchise. Okay, you're gonna kill Saejima. How's that gonna affect Majima? It doesn't. Majima's just Majima. He remained he remained a constant. Yeah. Well, actually, no. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. His Saejima's death did do something. It gave him his stupid eye patch. That's Saejima's death. That was the purpose of him dying, so Majima could get his iconic eye patch. Are you happy? He's got an eye patch now. Cheer, clap, please clap. Like Jeb Bush, please clap. But yeah, so he got the eye patch now, so there's that. So yeah, but anyways, overall, like, in my opinion, I've been like I've been complaining a lot, but like, at the end of the day, I'm probably gonna forget about the show. Am I gonna watch? They're trying their damnedest to set up season 2. Am I gonna watch season 2? Maybe, probably, most likely. I'm a goddamn masochist at this point. I'll probably watch season 2. I'll suffer through it, but like, And maybe that's contributing to the problem. Oh my gosh, you don't like the show? You're gonna continue to watch it? You're part of the problem. Yeah, maybe I am. I'll admit that. Like, I don't know. Like, cause it's the same way. It's the same reason why I keep watching why I'm watching all the live-action Transformers movies. Cause I like this shit that it's based off of. I love the game series. I'm having so much fun. I'm like right now. I'm playing Ishin, and Ishin itself is pretty fun. I can't wait for Yakuza 6, and all the other games. Like next year they're gonna have Majima's spin-off game. Like Majima, sure, you had Majima had a lot of focus on he was a deuteragonist in Zero. He had his own little side story, the Majima Saga in Kiwami 2. But now, next year, he's gonna be the head of his own game. He's gonna be the head of his own game. I love Like a Dragon in Yakuza. I've only been with this franchise for maybe almost a little over a year or two by now. But man, this is great. I love it. So I just can't help but it's maybe some delusional part of my mind is gonna go, I don't know, maybe somehow in season 2 they're gonna somehow have an increase in quality. Highly doubt it. Probability is unlikely. Possibility, maybe. Probability, not really. But I don't know. I like this stuff. I like it, and I want to see it do well. I want to see it do well. Maybe that's why I keep watching those live-action Transformers movies, because I like Transformers, and I want to see a live-action movie do well. So maybe that's why I'll most likely watch season 2, because I want to see more takes on this franchise do well, even if I'm gonna inevitably be disappointed with it. So, but anyways, that's my 2 cents. That came off really aggressive, but that's just because this show hurt me a bit. Even if I'm gonna probably forget about it until they inevitably announce season 2. So yeah. Anyways, any other thoughts? Not?
No, that's that. I have pretty much said everything I needed to say.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright then. Honestly, I think just me talking about Majima's role in this show kind of sums up the whole experience the best. He's there for 10 minutes. He says Q-chan once, gets arrested and leaves, refuses to elaborate. Wait for season 2. I think that's an apt description of the show. So yeah. Happy Sunday, Chelsea. I know. We've been going for over 4.5 hours now. Because I knew I was going to inevitably rant about this show. And it took a little longer than I did. Because I guess I had a lot more to say about it than I thought. So, yeah. Anyways. I'm not gonna lie. Talking about that show kind of exhausted me. So, anyways, but we still got one more topic to talk about. SGD, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here, Chinggis.
Alright, tell me, your experience with Digimon Liberator, is it getting better than our experience with this show?
Yes, Chinggis.
Okay, at least one of us is happy. Alright. So, Digimon Liberator is our topic again. What's happening this time?
So it's been another 3 months, so we got a couple more novel chapters, so I thought it'd be about time to talk about some more Digimon Liberator.
Alright.
And the novel came out a bit sooner than I was expecting, and they threw off the comic by a week. So rather than talking about 4 chapters, I'll be talking about 3. Because we're halfway through chapter 8, so I don't want to get that for a couple more weeks, but it came out the week after the novel. So I won't be talking about that very much. But of course, with the novel coming out, we get Debug 3 and 4, and those give us a bit more insight into what the Debug team does. And in the comic, we were shown a woman with a Yukidaramon, and it was pretty clear she was part of the Debug team that, given by the poster for the novel, has her on it.
Okay.
And from that, I managed to work out sort of all the colors the Debug team would be, because the comic cast are all single color decks, while the novel sided a dual colored deck. So we already had Yuki and Impmon with purple and red, and Winner and Funbimon as green and black. And Yukidaramon will of course be blue because it's an ice Digimon. And people figured it would be blue and yellow, and that was correct. And from that, I managed to assume whatever the red character got would be part green. We knew Espimon would be part of the cast, which is confirmed in Debug.
Alright.
5-1. And that left yellow, purple. And so far, all that seems to be correct, with Debug 3 debuting Tyrannomon, which was a surprise. Because it's the first adult level in the cast besides a Cool Boys or Mechamon.
Alright.
And his partner is Ryutaro Williams. And Tyrannomon, unlike the other members of the cast, only gets 1 new evolution. Where his normal evolution is Master Tyrannomon, which is actually a pretty old Tyrannomon evolution from the Digimon world.
Okay.
And it's at the time it was just a tougher black Tyrannomon, but they made it more gray, I suppose, to differentiate it from Dark Tyrannomon. And his evolution for Master Tyrannomon is Godzilla.
Just straight up Godzilla?
Yeah, it's pretty much Godzilla.
Oh, okay.
It's a Dynamon.
Dynamon. Okay.
The reference book calls it Dinomon, but its spelling in Japanese is actually very atypical. It's Dino compared to the typical spelling, which is Dano. And I really like the design because Tyrannomon already had sort of an evolution line with Metal Tyrannomon and then Rust Tyrannomon, which people argue Metal Tyrannomon is a Dark Tyrannomon evolution, which they are completely wrong on that. The physiology between Dark Tyrannomon and Metal Tyrannomon are completely different. And when you look into interviews about the digital monster, they would purposefully sort of split up lines to make the ecosystem seem more diverse, which is why Piyomon is said to evolve into Birdramon or Cocotrimon, but because Birdramon is from Digital Monster version 2, Piyomon can't actually evolve into it because it's in Digital Monster version 4.
Alright.
Similarly, Metal Tyrannomon is supposed to reflect Metal Greymon, both of them being perfect levels for Agumon. So of course, Tyrannomon evolves from an Agumon, and it is a thick boy. We only see it in card form.
Alright.
But it's a very fat Agumon, which is a reference to Tyrannomon. One of the requirements is you must overfeed your Agumon more than once. But it's nice when the card game does a lot of those references.
Okay.
And what's nice about Dynamon is you can see little details on it, like it has some brace on its arm, which has a little lock on it, and that's a reference to the design of the digital monster toy.
Okay.
Which has which is supposed to be a broken open cage for the screen. And you can see the lock on it. It's not the first Digimon to reference that, like Mimicmon from Pendulum Z. It's also similarly supposed to reference the design of Digital Monster. And you can see it better in the more high quality art of Dynamon, where it actually has an X in the middle of its chest, which is a reference to Master Tyrannomon, which is supposed to be its pre-evolved form.
Okay.
And the chapter for Debug 3 doesn't it shows off Ryutaro as a character who very strongly believes in justice and doing the right thing.
Alright.
Even if that means him going against what the debug team is supposed to do, because the debug team is supposed to go around catching rogue Digimon in Lacuna, because it's revealed in the comic and the columns that the developers of Lacuna have actually known about Digimon for a very long time. It is also implied through one of the characters who appears in the comic, who in the novel, who Ryutaro fights. Also versus in a match where he's been playing Digimon since he was a teenager. And the whole point of the Digimon card game in Lacuna is to preserve the existence of Digimon, because Cool Boy discovered Lacuna, and then they discovered Digimon, and they discovered Digimon can't survive in Lacuna. So most people just think Digimon are multimedia characters invented by Idea, when in actuality the whole multimedia franchise exists to preserve the existence of Digimon. And I think that's a very refreshing take on a setting for Digimon, because most of the time people either don't know Digimon exists or they do know Digimon exist, but they sort of live separate existences. And the people who do sort of interact with Digimon are hackers, which it comes from the lore. Like in the Digimon Cyber Sleuth games, you can talk to a lot of people and they know Digimon exist, but they have no interaction with them because they're like hackers use Digimon.
Alright.
And I think that novel sort of carries on what chapter 1 and 2 did, in that the cards it shows off are kind of just advertisements for the card game. So Ryutaro fights Luchimon, which was from the Elemental Successor booster set, which was based around Frontier, which Luchimon was the final big bad, and also the character who essentially set the whole events of the series into motion through a race war. That's not a joke. Frontier literally happens because of race war.
Amazing.
Like the beasts and the human Digimon hate each other. They're sort of driven to fight each other. And then so similar to Impmon and Yuki's match showing off little Link dragons, which had come out shortly before their story, and Winner showing off the nature spirits, which were yet to come out. So Suzume is the Yukidaramon tamer, and she is a unique Digimon character protagonist in that she is a wife.
Okay.
She's a married woman. It's like, oh, we haven't really had a married woman type in Digimon before. And she's married to the lead developer of Digimon Liberator, and they kind of go back and forth on why she's part of the debug team.
Alright.
And they sort of go between, she comes from a rich family, but her husband doesn't make a lot of money, so she works on the debug team to support the two of them. And other times they say she does the debug team because she doesn't want to just stay home and wants to feel useful. I think then chapter 6 sort of goes for a middle ground where they're not poor, but she does do it to help keep their financial situation secure.
Alright.
And her partner is Frigidmon, or Yukidaramon in Japanese. And Yukidaramon, unlike Tyrannomon, gets 2 new evolutions. And normally evolves from Penmon, which I guess was kind of one of the only child levels not taken up by Frozen Knight from the first chapters of the comic. And speaking of Frozen Knight, we actually find out something interesting in the comic and the novel.
Oh.
In that they sort of implied this was the case, but Frozen Knight was actually an NPC possessed by a Blucomon. And that's why it randomly challenged Shoto. And not only was it possessed by a Blucomon, but Suzune captures that same Blucomon. That's what her chapter is about. But then she runs into a young girl who also plays the game, Reina Omi, which unlike in the case of Aruba Dokusan, who's the character using the Digimon deck, he was trying to sort of scam real-life people through a sort of a gang within the game, and Ryutaro decided to go against the GMs or the game masters and worked with Winner and Yuki to kind of take care of the problem more personally. Reina doesn't have any ill intentions and is actually thinking she's just following a quest trying to capture the Blucomon. Because most players, of course, don't know Digimon are real unless you're part of the debug team. And Suzune decides to fight Reina for the Blucomon, even though she's already captured it. And Reina uses the Nightmare Soldiers, which follows what they've been doing in the card game, where Winner versus the Nature Spirits, and then Suzune fights the Nightmare Soldiers. And then in the comic, right now we have Shoto and Close and Owen facing the Deep Sabers, which is 3 of the 6 fields from the Digimon Pendulum toys.
Alright.
Obviously the other 3 in the near future. Probably talk about that in a bit. Because Yukidaramon's 2 evolutions are Polar Bearmon, which I was wondering when we would get a Polar Bearmon.
Alright. Polar
and
Bearmon.
It's a snow bear in a snow jacket with skis and cannons on her back. And Skadimon is her evolution, which is a little snow head that kind of resembles a Yukimi Bodomon in essentially a mech suit. The reference book describes it as sort of like powered armor.
Alright.
And while Ryutaro's chapters are kind of more just about showing off the characters a bit more, Suzune's kind of gets the story. It's about more setup for where the story is going to go. With Reina thinking she's supposed to capture Blucomon as part of the quest, she was given a blank black card, while the debug team are given blank white cards to capture Digimon. Because the blank white cards are meant to preserve a Digimon's data, because they'll die in lacuna otherwise. And then at the end, we are also introduced to Unchained, who's described as a woman who might be a boy, but then Unchained actually appears in the comic, in which case they're described as gender ambiguous, as in they're one or the other, but we're not going to tell you which.
Alright.
Which is like something you see a lot in Japanese media, and I'm glad we didn't see any weirdos come out of the woodwork when that was revealed. Because most Digimon fans are pretty chill, but there is a bit of misogyny around the character Sora. See, Sora likes to play sports and wears pants in Adventure.
Okay.
And that makes her a woman with an asterisk. It's like, oh, she's gender non-conforming. It's like, that's unironically misogynistic. It's like, hey, you don't fall in line with exactly what a woman should be, therefore you're a woman with an asterisk.
Wow. That's
that's not an okay thing to do to a person. I only see people bring it up when they get upset that Sora decide to play tennis and wear skirts in 02, because this is after puberty.
Okay.
But like, fortunately, no weirdos commented on Unchained, and we actually find out Unchained's not a he or a she; it's an it.
Okay.
Unchained is actually an AI, not a person.
Oh, let's go! I get to use the magic button again.
AI.
Woo!
Yeah, and we only really know about Unchained from the novel side is that Suzume doesn't exactly trust Unchained. And we see from the comic side and chapter 6 of the novel, which we'll talk more about next time, Unchained seems to be the bad guy because they seem to set up an ambush using NPCs for the character clothes we see in the first couple of chapters. But the novel sort of makes it clear that it's going to do the wrong things for the right reasons, but it knows what it's doing is wrong. And it's sort of a rip the band-aid off approach.
Okay.
And when it's introduced in the comic, we're also introduced to Makinamon, which is a very strange-looking Digimon, which is intentional, I suppose. And Makinamon and Unchained are both given comic profiles, which I think is kind of weird.
Alright.
Because Unchained is on the novel poster, so you think Unchained would be a novel character. And they went to the novel character chart either. But there are some fun bits on the comic, the novel character chart. When we're having Ryutaro and Suzume added, where Ryutaro is sort of the trying to push bodybuilding onto Winner. And to say to my brother, reject Shoto, become small.
Become small.
Winner's just a little kid, but Ryutaro's a personal trainer and a bodybuilder. Ryutaro gets along with Yuki because they both like sports. And Ryutaro pointing to Suzume says, "What a beautiful person. I want to get to know her." Like, easy. She's married. But then Suzume is like, "You're just a kid," which is weird because she's younger than Ryutaro.
Okay.
But Yuki's arrow to Suzume says, "A rich, hard-working woman. Mad respect."
Okay.
And Suzume expects her to become a good woman.
Oh. Okay.
But then on the comic side, following Arissa's match with Violet, the game has to go on a bit of a break for maintenance. And when they come back, Shoto and Arissa are contacted by Cool Boy and basically letting them know he's in on their little secret of having wild Digimon in their decks. And so he gives them an ultimatum of join the debug team with pay. They are not asking. So it's join the debug team with pay or get banned from the game.
I am not asking. Join the team. You will do it.
So they join the debug team with pay. And then we skip ahead 3 months. So they've become acquainted to the debug team and have met some of the members, like Close, and they discover Violet is also part of the debug team. And when she's introduced in the comic, she says she's on her way to report a new Digimon, which is Makinamon. But before they join the debug team, Shoto and Arisa are taken to the Garden, which is the place all the wild Digimon get to go. And it's a special environment designed to keep them from dying, unlike the rest of Lacuna. And we're also introduced to Yao Qinglang, who is the blue tamer for the comic side. And her partner is Sangamon. She was teased a couple times in the comic, but then she gets to make her appearance as sort of Shoto's opponent for a match to prove his worth to Owen Dreadnought, who finally makes his appearance in the comic. And Yao is supposed to be a test for Shoto, but they kind of flip-flop it within the 2 chapters of he needs to beat her versus he doesn't actually need to beat her. This is just showing off to Owen. And they sort of say that at the start and at the end. Shoto's going to join the debug team regardless of his match against Yao. But of course, Shoto does beat Yao and her fish deck using Medieval Dukemon, which was teased the card that Shoto's going to have to replace his Zephargamon card. Because they're both Wind Guardians with, which is a group from Witchelney, with Medieval Dukemon being a very old Digimon who established the existence of the Wind Guardians, and then Pteramon's evolutions, Grand Galemon and Zephargamon are stated to be part of the Wind Guardians. But as for Sangamon, her evolution is Shellmon, and Shellmon's then given 2 new evolutions. Being Marin Bullmon, which is a reference to a nudie branch. And it's actually not the first nudie branch Digimon we've gotten. The Lunamon line are also references to nudie branches, being the sea bunnies.
Okay.
And Marin Bullmon's a reference to a specific genus of nudie branches. And it's kind of hard to find the information because it's kind of worded weirdly. But the things on Marin Bullmon's back are like the same things that nudie branches have.
Okay.
And I think those are used for breathing. So it's a neat little detail in the reference book that Marin Bullmon will bury everything but the device on its back. And the device is connected by tubes to a sort of gauge. So that could be how it breathes while buried under the sand.
I think we'll get this kind of the bio lizard.
Then Marin Bullmon's evolution is Ryugamon, which is a reference to the undersea palace of Ryujin.
Whoa!
So it has a bit of a palace roof on its back. And Ryugamon's a reference to another species of nudie branch. Or nudie branch. Very much like those designs as well. Very happy for Shellmon to finally get an evolution after Habu absolutely threw the ball at the ground in typical Habu fashion and just made Shellmon evolve. I really don't like Habu. Just made it evolve into Mermaidmon and Marin Angemon because her partner's supposed to be into the occult. So they do nothing to reflect that, which is probably because the Digimon evolving at all isn't acknowledged by the story, and them evolving past the adult level never happens unless you get your affinity higher up. So it's like in a lot of JRPGs where the story won't recognize that you had accomplished side content, even if that's acknowledged, because not everyone will have done that. It's an unfortunate trend of JRPGs, I suppose. I mentioned how Suzume had Blucomon. She actually uses Blucomon in her deck against the Nightmare Soldiers. Ryutaro is unique in that he only has a single Digimon line in his deck, while everyone else has had 2.
Alright.
Except for Yuki and Winner don't have 2 rookies, they just have the 1 rookie, or 1 child level. And Yao uses the she uses some newer Digimon which are added by Digimon New Century. So, give the Chinese girl some Chinese Digimon. Gee, that's kind of racist.
Oh, okay.
That's just a joke. But yeah, she has a Swimmon that becomes Chikuemon. And Chikuemon is a magpie. Which then becomes Kunmon, which is a reference to a bird that becomes a fish in Chinese mythology.
Mm.
And then there's a Jiang Pengmon, which is kind of like a aquatic griffin, I guess.
Okay.
Which is carrying on the whole bird that becomes a fish and vice versa.
Mm.
They're the secondary lines. They don't get very much attention. But when Chikuemon was first revealed, people were hoping it evolved from Pinmon, but instead it evolves from Pyomon, now it evolves from Swimmon. One day we will get a Pinmon that becomes Chikuemon. But Pinmon was taken by Yukidarumon already, so I guess they couldn't use that one.
Mm.
And of course, after Shoto beats Yao, Owen's still not impressed because Owen's an asshole, and people were surprised by this when he was one of the first characters to get his profile, and it did warn people. He's kind of an asshole because he's shy, so he tries to push people away, and he doesn't particularly like Shoto, and it's more than just Shoto's personality. He doesn't like. It's revealed in the early chapters when Shoto had a flashback. The person in his flashback was actually him.
Oh.
It was a younger Shoto thinking back to when he knew Owen, because he knew Owen when he was much younger.
Okay.
And he just remembers that he made a promise to Owen, and Owen isn't impressed that he has forgotten that promise.
Mm.
And I think that promise was like take Digimon more seriously, because Owen didn't like how, as a kid, Shoto didn't take the game very seriously.
Okay.
That's going to be revealed, I guess. But of course, after the 3-month time skip, we're introduced to Elizamon's evolution, because Owen's secret partner that they really wanted to keep hidden was Elizamon.
Uh-huh.
And she's based on a frilled neck lizard, or a frilled lizard if you're... don't want to say the name right.
Alright.
And Elizamon evolves into Dimetrodon, which is a Dimetrodon.
Mm.
So it's a surprising evolution, but definitely interesting. We do get teases of Dimetromon's evolutions, and they seem to be some kind of sneak ladies. But we won't know for certain for 5 to 6 months, I think.
Alright.
See, people, I like Elizamon and Dimetromon's designs. I think they're pretty cool. Someone said Dimetromon's sort of flaps are kind of like fur, but like Dimetrodons didn't have fur. They just had skin. Because they weren't dinosaurs, they were sort of a proto-mammal. They were synapsids.
Okay.
But we don't actually see them partake in any fight. We just see that with the unique emblems which were introduced in Debug 1, they can cause Digimon partners to evolve outside of the card game. So Junkmon and Muchamon, who are real Digimon, accompany Arisa and Shoto on their debug missions alongside Owen and Violet.
Mm.
And using the unique emblems and their card storage decks, they serve as Digivices, so they can evolve them. And we don't see Ghostmon's evolution yet, because I don't know, whatever it is, I don't imagine it's very good for travel, not like Tobu Catmon. But then they hunt down Makinamon as part of a mission, and there's just been a bunch of Makinamon appearing all over the place. And the thing about Makinamon is that all Digimon, or like most Digimon, have a natural fighting instinct where they're drawn to competition. Makinamon don't have that, which makes them especially vulnerable. And because the whole Digimon Liberator thing is about preserving Digimon, it's the debug team's top priority to preserve the Makinamon, who then get sent back to Unchained, who was in fact the person who released them in the first place.
Okay.
And Unchained decides to put Close in a scenario. It refers to Close as its little sister, And I wonder if that's just because Unchained views the debug team with a level of affection, or if they're actually some kind of connection to Unchained. Which I don't think Close is another AI, because people would probably pick. Because Unchained is everyone knows Unchained. Everyone who knows Unchained is an AI.
Okay.
And then, so chapter 7 ends with Violet and Arisa splitting off to track down the Machinamon, while Owen and Shoto go and meet Close and help her out of a 3v3 match, which is two teams of 3 all having individual match against each other. So it's a 1v1v1, and the best 2 out of 3 wins.
Okay.
And Owen sort of tells Shoto that he doesn't have to win because he and Close can probably handle themselves. And people sort of interpreted this as Owen being an asshole, but I think it's more of Owen not being good with people, and he's trying to tell Shoto that winning's not really important. He's not saying that he thinks Shoto is going to lose. It's more of him very badly trying to console Shoto, I guess. Not the right word, but close.
Okay.
It's like telling you don't worry about it too much. It doesn't matter if you lose. You're probably going to lose. Like, I don't think he thinks Shoto was going to lose. But of course, because the match proper doesn't start until chapter 8, we don't see Cinerismon's evolutions.
Alright.
This is Close's partner, because Close is the black tamer for the comic. And it did take them a week to properly translate chapters 5 and 6. But I'm definitely excited to see where things go. Because we'll be seeing Ghostmon's evolutions within the next 3 months, the next 2.5 months, I think.
Okay.
I know. Well, by the end of January. Because that's when Over the X comes out. Pouring out for all my homies who still on Over the X. Could never be me. I've always been single.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the next set coming out. Which is, I think, going to be the last set before the global unification for the real world card game. Because I think I talked about this before. When the card game first came out, the first three Japanese sets were merged into 2 for the English, so they could catch up. But of course, they've always been a few sets behind. So with the past 2 sets and Over the X, well, the main sets, are not counting X sets like Chain of Liberation, which is the set that has Ryutaro, Suzune's, and Close's cards. They've been merged into 2 again. So following Over the X, starting with 2 new starter decks about Wargreymon and Melgarurumon, and I presume Angemon and Angelmon. That'll be the first products for the global unification, in which case both the Western and Japanese card game releases will be simultaneous.
Okay.
Yeah, they seem to be going for the Liberator thing of at least 2 characters in a set, if not 3, because we had Shoto and Arisa and Yuki in one set. Then we had Yao and Winner in one. There were Owen and Zenith cards, but they don't really count because we only got Bemon's first 2 forms, not a full line. Then Chain of Liberation, we got Suzune and Ryutaro. And for Over the X, we'll be getting Altea, who was name dropped in Debug 1. He actually makes an appearance, and we actually find out in the novel Altea is a guy, but a guy AI created by Yao. So he's partnered to Esfamon, so we see them in the comic after Arissa and Shadow join the debug team. But their match isn't until debug 5.
Okay.
So I expect they'll be Violet and Altea will be the characters for Over the X. Because, after Over the X is something Convergence, and that'll be a protagonist focused, and we're not sure if that means all the anime protagonists or the adventure protagonists. I think it might be more adventure stuff.
Okay.
Because the new starter decks. I think it's Protector of Light and Hero of Hope. Those will definitely have Taichi and Yamato in them, I expect. But Protector of Light and Hero of Hope are also references to their siblings. So Taichi is Hikari's protector, and she's the child of hope. Yamato is Takeru's hero, and he's the child of hope. So I expect the 2 pairs of siblings to be split across the 2 decks because you could fit them into the starter decks. Because generally starter decks will have 2 to 3 lines, and they've done dual color starter decks before. And an advertising point of the new structure decks will be that they're combinable. So starter decks sometimes do have reprints, and I think the last Omegamon they did is the first Jogras capable Omegamon. So they'll probably just do a reprint of that, but have otherwise a new Agumon and Gabumon line.
Okay.
And then that would just leave, I presume Takeru and Hikari will be in those decks. They'll just leave 4 more protagonists for World Convergence. Because they just did a premium Bandai set, which had all the anime protagonists in it, including Haru from Apple Monsters. But he didn't actually get a card. It was a reprint of Future Potential, which I predicted, because people got very upset that it wasn't a new card. And the thing is, Premium Bandai doesn't print new Digimon cards. They only print reprints. So, you're disappointed that Bandai didn't break one of their biggest rules about the Digimon card game. Because if they accidentally make a really broken card for Premium Bandai, that would cause a lot of backlash. Because you can never specifically buy a card exclusively. You either get them from a pack or you get them from a promo pack. You can't buy promo packs, you have to attend events. But then those can get reprints.
Okay.
But I know World Convergence will have Zenith and Owen, so we'll probably see Elizamon's evolutions and cards there. And I said we got a tease, and they look like snake ladies. So I'm hoping we'll get something like Lamiamon and Gorgamon as names. I really hope we don't get a Nagamon, because if we do get a Nagamon, I want it to be Mesoamerican and a rival to Garudamon. Because Kenji Watanabe got a bit confused when they said Garuda were Indian. So he made it Native American.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool, but I'm still hoping the comic will show us sort of a proper flashback match between Owen and Zenith. We got a very abridged version of their match in the first couple chapters, where just Owen beat Owen to a pulp. And they said that Bemon's line will end with Ragnamon, which is its traditional mega. So I wonder, will they give Zenith the normal line at first and then new evolutions later, or will it be getting a level 7? Because it'd be kind of weird if they give Ragnamon a level 7, because that thing's already a space station. Literally. Stuff in the novel, which I've already read, definitely has me very excited to see where things go. I see people speculating that Terramon could get some kind of dark form, which I was sort of doubtful of that, but then seeing how Shoto and Terramon react to Owen, I think that's more of a possibility. So since I was expecting Shoto to lose to Yao, he didn't, which probably because of the stakes that were on the line, because I didn't know that at first. We were all expecting him to lose against the Deep Savers, because a lot of the Deep Savers cards are, if you have one on memory, your opponent can't do this, this, or this across its several level 6 cards in Aegis-Dramon. Which in the rules of the card game, turns switch depending on the memory of the player. So if you have -1 memory, your opponent has 1 memory, then when all your effects resolve, it's then your opponent's turn. And Shoto's strategy particularly relies on ending his turn, performing attacks and abilities, which then allows him to gain more memory and switch it back to his turn. Because that does things like unsuspends all your cards, because it's technically your turn again. You're not continuing your turn. You've basically skipped your opponent's turn to your turn again. But he, in the comic, they kind of just skip over his match, and he does pretty well. So like maybe his next match will be a loss. But we do know that the next match that should be coming up is Violet, because we're getting Ghostmon's evolutions. Because after so the Thursday next week, so another Thursday coming, will be the second part to close his match. And we get comic chapters every second week. So we'll get 2 chapters setting up for the next fight, and then 2 chapters setting up actually being the fight, at which point Over the X will be coming out in January.
Okay.
And I think it'll be February, or it'll be February when the next novel chapters drop. And that should give us the last member of the debug team, who will be the purple, the yellow-purple cast member. I've just been wondering what they're going to have, because I had no idea Ryutaro would have Tyrannomon, but the other ones were kind of like Vigidmon and Espimon were already given away. And sort of what I think they might be going for is Mikaemon, because I'm not expecting a whole brand new thing for a character they really haven't really given any attention to. And I was thinking of other possibilities like Andromon or Asteramon, but I sort of realized they can't work because the whole deck has to be dual colored except for the level, except for any secondary lines, which can be just monocolor. And the level 2 has to be monocolor because people talk about dual eggs, like, and those are never going to happen because that would be absolutely broken.
Okay.
Because Digimon in the breeding area can be used to play option cards. It's like sort of technicalities of the game. There's not really a lot that would fit into yellow purple, but my guess is Mikaemon and Bastimon, because they evolved from Plotmon, which has been yellow, it's been purple, it's been yellow purple. Nyaromon would fit into yellow. The girl seems, the character seems to have goggles, but I can't tell if they're sort of aviator goggles or they could be like motorcyclist goggles.
Oh, okay.
But it's like definitely a wait and see. I have no idea. It's like, yeah, I guess Bastimon's like my best bet, but I wouldn't mind if it's something else.
Okay.
But the decks themselves do seem to be working very hard not to step on each other's toes. Like a Lizamon is a lizard that becomes a Synapsid, but then she looks like 2 snake ladies, which is completely different from Ryutaro's Tyrannomon dinosaurs. But, even Heavy Metal Dramon is Heavy Metal Dragon, which is again very distinct from those as well, by them all sharing colors.
Okay.
So I do expect something different to come along, and I kind of hope they don't do angels again, because I think we have enough angels for the moment.
You don't want more angels. What about a devil?
I think we've got enough of those two. Like, I don't think that would fit. I don't think that would fit yellow purple. Because I think the only yellow purple angels we've gotten so far were Darkmon, but that was because it was a reference to Frontier, where the Darkmon is actually Miskimon in disguise.
Okay.
Which is a Demon Lord Digimon. And it's also the thing of thinking, like, could they use these Digimon? Like, no, they'll probably want to use those for a deck coming up, maybe, so they wouldn't want to give those to a protagonist. It'll also be interesting to see what they do with Unchained being in the comic. It's like, are they going to switch their profile over to the novel side, or are we going to get a random character out of nowhere for the novel? Like, I'm not expecting that, because Unchained's still on the poster pretty blatantly. I just wonder, like, I wonder if Makinemon will get an evolution line, or if it'll be some kind of god from the machine, because Unchained has a halo shaped like a gear and a pair of horns. Yeah, I've definitely very much been enjoying it, and definitely look like I'm going to be enjoying it more in the future.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Digimon again. All right. What was I gonna say? So, how long till like how long till the rest of the chapter comes out again? SGD.
We'll be getting the second part of chapter 8 2 Thursdays from now.
Okay.
And that'll finish off Close's match against the Deep Savers. Because I thought Chain of Liberation would have Unchained in it, but it seems to be more of a reference to the chapters. Because the Close chapter is called Chain of Liberation. So I think they just thought, that's a pretty cool sounding name. We'll go with that, because Japanese TCG sets seem to be pretty random and just focused on sounding cool.
Okay. Alright then. Nice. Alright. And oh, go ahead.
Omegamon got a profile, but it doesn't have any evolutions on it. It's like, I sure hope they're hiding something, because I would really love for Omegamon to get some evolutions.
Okay.
But unlike with not knowing what the yellow-purple team will be, I will be disappointed if Omegamon doesn't get any evolutions. I don't really want Cool Boy to have a Royal Knights deck. That'd be kind of boring.
Okay. Alright.
Because I don't expect they'll give him an ex-antibody Royal Knight deck, because I think they haven't got that yet, but I'm sure they're building up to it, with the Demon Lords getting ex-antibody forms. Because there was, in the story, we got Digimon Chronicles X, which was a big showdown between the Royal Knights, who all got ex-antibody forms, and the 7 Great Demon Lords, who also got ex-antibody forms. So that'll definitely get its own set dedicated to it. I just hope that's not Cool Boy's deck.
You're a cat.
Yeah, that's my cat.
You want attention?
Alright, someone let him in the hole.
Okay. Alright, 10. Okay. Just, what was I say? Just a reminder, so, like, Digimon Liberator, all this stuff is out on, like, their website, right?
Yeah. It's on the Digimon Liberator section of the Digimon card game website, so you just type in Digimon Liberator.
Alright. Okay then.
How long does it usually take for them to translate?
They have it out on the same day. Typically, it was just an abnormality the past week.
Okay.
So the comic's always the same day. The novel's supposed to always be the same day, but something happened, so they took an extra week. I think it might have been Altea's puns, because Altea is a very punny character, so I think they wanted to try and make sure the puns still worked in English, because English puns generally go for words sounding the same, sounding similar but not the same. Japanese puns are generally, these words are exactly the same. It's just the sentence structure.
Okay.
So they're saying different words, but then they sort of overlap. So, are you taking baths properly? Sounds exactly the same as, do you take baths with your older sister? So that's a pun, but if someone says that, it's going to sound like the same thing. But it's like English puns are more of it. This sounds like the thing, but it's not the thing. Like, aren't you glad I said something else instead of aren't you glad?
Okay.
So I guess I can only assume that might have been what tripped them up for a little bit, and they decided to release it a week later because they always do it they do releases on a weekly basis of comic column, and then novel will take place of whatever would otherwise come out that week. Like the comic got pushed back a week for the novel, but the last time for 3 and 4, it was the comic took the place of a column, and we got a column a couple weeks later.
Okay. All right then. Okay. So, yeah. Anything else you want to say about Digimon Liberator, SGD?
I think I've said everything I've got to say so far.
All right then. All right. Well, there we go.
Yeah, remember in the comic, Shoto kind of just pulls out his medieval Dukemon. Kind of thought it would be a gift, but it was actually, I think, just a normal card he acquired.
Okay.
Because he actually started taking the game a bit more seriously during that month of maintenance.
Okay.
So he and Arisa trained very hard to make sure he didn't suck at the game anymore. So he rebuilt his deck around not being able to use the Fagamon, and instead had medieval Dukemon to supplement it. And this is from chapter 7, but he states he has the Fagamon back now, so I guess we won't have to worry with what we'll be replacing Arisa's Syndrome when she's probably got it back now.
Okay.
Which is kind of good, because I had no idea what was going to replace it, because we don't really have any feminine puppet level 6s besides Queen Chessmon, which I don't think they would want to give her Queen Chessmon, because that already has a dedicated line, unlike medieval Dukemon, which people like to connect it to the Orange Groundmon line, but it's otherwise its own thing most of the time.
Okay then.
Also, the Orange Groundmon line aren't Wind Guardians either.
Alright. Alright then. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Digimon. And I don't know, hopefully next week I'll have a much more cheerful topic to talk about. Actually, we will. We'll probably be able to finally talk about the Penguin next week. So, so yeah. All right. How long have we been going now? Oh, over 5.5 hours. Amazing. It's been a little too long talking about Like a Dragon in there, but that's just because I got quite a lot to say about that. So, all right. So, with that said, then, this will be it. 5.5 hour podcast. Oh my gosh, it's 1 o'clock now. Everyone went to fucking bed. It's fine. All right. Well, either way, thanks to those who came. Anyone watching a replay who managed to stick it this far, thanks for sticking it this far. And yeah, we're gonna call it here. I guess one last reminder of convention fund goals, Stream Elements link and all that, so might as well throw it out there. Might as well. So, yeah. Alright, so, thank you everyone who came. Thanks everyone watching on the replays, and until next time, good night!